Ever wondered what happens when you'll get all you favorite adult fictions at one place? Yay, you heard it right! Welcome to my Patreon. Currently, we have more than 200+ stories collections. Exclusive, uncensored, 18+ fan fiction awaits you. Stories too bold for the mainstream, crafted for true fans. Dive into steamy world of Harry Potter, Naruto, and Deku. Untamed passion and raw power. Only on Patreon. Ready to unlock the secrets? Join now, link in the description.
Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter was Ascendant of Chronicle Black Dark Lord? Part 1. Join Patreon to access all 3-part at once, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Tom Riddle's body fell with a final thud to the ground, his eyes lifeless and horror etched on his face. His own killing curse had backfired at him and now there were no Horcruxes left to save him. Finally the worst Dark Lord was dead. It was over. Finally, they had won. Harry was still exhilarated with the thought that the war was finally over and now they could get on with their lives. There was eerie silence in the Great Hall for a few moments as Voldemort fell. Finally, the defenders started cheering for him, all running towards him and embracing him from all sides. He could not even distinguish how many people had surrounded him. The best he could remember was Minerva McGonagall rushing at him as soon as he had caught the Elder Wand. As a habit, he had stuffed the wand into his back pocket. He kept hugging people and accepting their congratulations, smiling when needed, patting someone's back, shaking hands with another, hugging a friend who needed it. He did not remember how much time had passed. As soon as people started leaving the castle one by one, Harry sought out Ginny. There she was with her family, all of them still in grief with Fred's death. Of course he too was grieving with his death. Fred had been as good as a brother to him all these years, right from the moment he had seen him joke with Mrs. Weasley that she called hers. LF their mother, and she could not differentiate between them on the platform. The boy who had helped get his trunk on the Hogwarts Express, the boy who had come to rescue him from Privet Drive when Clee Vernon had fixed bars outside his window, the same Fred who was a comic relief in a tense situation and a word of advice whenever Harry needed one. The twins had been there for him without even asking for anything. Even when Ron walked out on him, they both stayed. Now that Fred was dead, he cautiously walked towards the Weasleys. George was slumped on the ground, his head on his knees, and Harry knew, crying besides the body of Fred. There was Percy who was crying, his eyes red, and Mrs. Weasley was sitting beside him, her head on his shoulder and her eyes looking vacant. Ron was beside her, Hermione, and trying to look brave, but Harry knew it was facade and it would crumble as soon as Ron was alone. His eyes looked full of tears and he was just barely holding them. Harry knew it was the hardest thing to do for him. It was perhaps the bravest thing, trying to look after everyone when he himself was broken. He looked at Ron, who nodded in his direction, and they understood each other. Harry W. Old give him time before he breached his personal space again. Ginny was there beside Arthur, who looked in shock with the loss that he had faced while she had her eyes closed and resting her head on his shoulder. Bill was comforting Fleur and telling something to her in low voices. Charlie was there and helping others with things, perhaps just to keep himself busy and not to think too much about what had happened. His eyes, however, were looking for Remus. He was another loss that Harry felt acutely. The werewolf who was the last link to his parents, the last of his family, and he was also gone. Tonks and Moony had been laid side by side with their hands separated by inches, and there was peace on their faces. Harry did not even know if he should cry or if he could cry. There were tears in his eyes, but he could not shed them. Perhaps they were waiting for him to see others who had died this day before they would begin to fall. Remus had given everything for a better tomorrow for the LD, despite the wizarding world scorning him. The sight of Colin Creevey felt like a hammer to his heart. He looked so little even now that Harry had trouble seeing him as grown up. For him he was still the firstie who had come to Hogwarts with a camera and eager to learn about the wizarding world. Dennis Creevey had come to Hogwarts with the backup which came with Slughorn to fight, and he was sitting beside his brother and wailing. Harry patted Dennis on the shoulder and the boy lunged for him, clutching him tight. Harry could not say anything but try to console him. Dennis finally got a grip on himself and asked him between hiccups. How did he die, Harry? Harry shook his head. McGonagall had told all underage students to go, but I suppose he snuck back in. Once when the fight started, I never saw him here. When there was a break in fighting, the defenders started collecting our fallen heroes and Neville brought him in. If I knew he was here, I would have forced him to leave. He had no job being here. Dennis shook his head. You would not know, Harry, but the last year, our family spent it on the run, living in small houses where we had locked away our wands and did not use them. We changed house at least 4 times and he was incensed at the Death Eaters and Voldemort. When the news started coming in on Potterwatch, he snuck out telling me that he was going to take a stand. I wanted to follow him, but my father told me that he could not send both of his sons to war. It was this morning that I received a message for anyone who wished to make a stand against Voldemort and that you had died. I could not contain myself. I snuck out as my father was dozing. I didn't know that I would. He could not say any more before he started crying and broke down in his arms. Harry awkwardly kept patting him when Madame Pomfrey took over. Harry walked forward towards other fallen heroes and the next was Lavender Brown. She had been a good friend the 6th year notwithstanding, and now she lied there, lifeless and mutilated. Parvati was at her side sporting a gash on her cheek and some minor bruises but otherwise unharmed. Her sister was sitting near her and they seemed to be lost in thought. Harry went to them and sat beside Parvati, telling her in whispers, Parvati, I know no words can compensate for the loss that you feel for Lavender, but she fought bravely. If you want to remember her, then remember her as the girl who spent 7 years with you in the tower and knew you better than your sister, the girl who fought with Death Eaters and stood for what she believed in. Parvati nodded. Dead, and he stood to return to the Weasleys. He had lost courage to go and see everyone who had fallen in the war. There was one death, however, which did not escape his eyes. There were Ernie, Justin H. Ari presumed he had snuck in when the message went out on Potterwatch, and another of the boys in Hufflepuff he recognized as Wayne Hopkins. There were also a couple of girls in the crowd as well, and he recognized all of them as belonging to Hufflepuff. Curious to know, he walked towards them. There on the ground was Susan Bones clutching another girl with blonde hair and crying. He recognized the girl as Hannah Abbott. He shook hands with Ernie and then sat with Susan, trying to console her for a minute before he eventually took his leave. He walked away after a minute to come upon Neville Longbottom and his gran. She was talking to someone who had come with Professor Slughorn when fighting resumed in the morning. Neville sat with Luna beside him and the sword of Gryffindor propped at his side. Harry sat beside them after he had shook hands with his gran, who despite her age had a firm grip. She said, Your parents would have been proud of you today, Mr. Potter. You rallied people valiantly behind you and won over him for a second time. Harry gave a half smile to her. I just did what was my duty. The same as Neville, I guess. We all did our duty or it would not have been possible. Her pride reflected in her countenance, of course. His parents would be so proud of him. She turned to Neville. I am sorry for seeing your father's shadow in you, Neville. You have won renown far more did. Neville hugged her and broke down. Harry arched an eyebrow at Luna, asking her what it was about, and Luna stood and signaled him to follow. They were walking when Luna started telling. Hannah and Neville had become good friends during last year, with them often leading the resistance. They had galvanized the student body into action, and if not for both of them, half the students would have been dead. I think he had started to fall for her. Harry nodded. I understand that. I never knew her too closely to say anything. After a moment of silence, he further asked her, How are you, Luna? She said in her dream-like voice, Is there any reason to ask this question in this environment? We have so many people dead, so much destruction done and so much to rebuild. Harry decided to return to the Weasleys finally. It looked like they had still not moved from before. Harry silently patted George on shoulder, who pulled him into an embrace and broke down again. Harry awkwardly kept patting his back and trying to soothe him. After about 10 minutes, George relinquished his hold on him and Harry moved on to where Remus and Tonks were laid. He sat at Remus's side and started Thin King of the Werewolf and his interactions with him. From the moment on train where he had driven away a Dementor to when Remus had taught him the Patronus spell to where the Marauder had come to take him away from Privet Drive after the Dementor attack to where he had offered to Harry to help on his quest and subsequently naming him as godfather for Teddy. Oh Merlin, Teddy was just months old and he would have nothing to remember his parents. Remus had made it Harry's responsibility to look for Teddy's welfare and he would do so. Harry, someone's voice broke his musings and he saw Andromeda Tonks standing before him. She had little Teddy in her arms and she looked like she had the weight of the world on her shoulders. Wordlessly, Harry took the toddler from her. He was so tiny that Harry was extra careful not to hurt him. Unwillingly, he thought about how big he would have been when he was placed at Dursley's doorstep about 17 years ago. Suddenly Teddy, who was awake and watching him, turned his hair black to match his, and despite all the grief, Harry smiled. Teddy might not know his father, but his godfather would make sure that he was told everything about his father, the man he was. One who fought for what he believed in, and maybe many years from now when Teddy was grown up, he would disturb Moony and Tonks' peace once more, just so his son could see his parents. Unknown to everyone, he had not dropped the stone in the forest but kept it with him. He knew of its power and the temptations it may pose for others, and there was no one he could trust not to be swayed by it. Even if someone was just thinking about some dear departed one while they had the stone in hand, it would summon them, and that would be a disaster. He was also planning to keep the wand, but without telling others. Dumbledore's grave had been defiled once for it, and it could be defiled again. Harry did not think he was invincible, but it would be hard to take the wand from him if none knew that he had it. Harry, Andromeda was saying, I know you are the godfather of Teddy, but I would like it if I could raise him up. You can always come over whenever you wish, but I would like it if he would remain with me. Harry said to her slowly, okay. You are his grandmother, so obviously you can raise him. However, I would like it if I can visit him as often as I can. She nodded. Remus named why. Oh, you his godfather, so it is your right anyhow. I will take your leave now. I have to make preparations for bringing them home. Harry did not understand what she meant by bringing them home, but then he realized she was talking about Remus and Tonks's funeral. He could not even think of that idea without choking up. His respect for Andromeda went up a notch at that moment. She was a mother who had bury her daughter and son-in-law, and she was alone in the whole world. It required courage to bury your own child. He nodded. I want to attend their funeral. They were always there for me and cared for me. It is the least I can do. She smiled sadly. Dora always saw a little brother in you, and for Remus you were family. I will send the details to you. Are you ready? Asked Head Mistress MCG Onagal, who had come up sometime during the discussion and was talking to Andromeda. When Andromeda nodded, two wizards stepped forth who took charge of their body and dissipated. Harry understood that since the wards had been broken, it was possible to apparate in and out of the castle at this moment. He went to the Weasleys again, and this time, Neville had joined them and was sitting beside Ginny. She had held one of his hands and was comforting him, perhaps over loss of Hannah Abbott. Harry dear, we are ready to go home. Are you coming? Asked Mrs. Weasley. Harry nodded, though he did not feel like going to the burrow at that moment. He had too much of guilt on his conscience, and of course the place would be full of Fred's memories. Harry, do you have a minute? Asked Minister Shacklebolt, who had just come up. Harry nodded, and Kingsley beckoned a few more of them towards him. Mr. Weasley told him to join them at the burrow when he was free while he flowed away with his family. He noticed there were Terry, Ernie, Ron, Neville, Seamus, Dean and Justin. When they were surrounding him, he began to speak slowly, as you all know that the Ministry is not in a good shape right now. There are very few Aurors and too many Death Eaters to catch. I wanted to solicit your help in catching the escaping Death Eaters, if you all agree. After everyone has been caught, you can either see who's to stay or leave to pursue other careers. If you decide to become an Auror, you will directly be admitted into the training program without giving your newts. He watched their faces as he finished speaking. Harry knew his work was not finished by a long shot and nodded. I do not know about others, but I will help you in any way I can. Others were of the same mind, and Kingsley was relieved. If you all would present yourselves at the Ministry tomorrow, I would delegate your duties to you. With that, Kingsley turned to others who were craving for his attention while Harry started returning to the Weasleys when he suddenly stopped. He noticed a girl tending to the injured. There had been so many injured that the infirmary could not keep all of them, so there were many who were being treated in the great hall itself. The girl had black hair falling in ringlets over her shoulders, blue eyes, sharp nose and lithe figure. He could not recall her name, but he was sure she was in his year. He was surprised why he had never noticed her before, and he was sure he had never talked to her. She looked impassive, with her facial expressions morphed into a blank canvas, so it was hard to see what was going in her mind. Tending to injured was not an easy task, but she was going through it without even flinching at the sight of injuries. He noticed the looks of appreciation people were giving her, and he was trying hard to recall her name. Suddenly it occurred to her. The potions dungeons, last row, which was generally taken up, 2 of these girls for 5 years that Harry had spent under Snape's sneer. She was a Slytherin, but what was her name? Dale? No. Daisy? No. Daphne? Yes, Daphne Greengrass. That was her name, and she had a best friend, Tracy Davis. As far as he knew, Tracy was a half-blood witch, and he had heard from his dorm mates sometimes say that Daphne Greengrass was one of the prettiest witches in the castle. Harry, however, had never thought about it. His collective hatred for Slytherin, Malfoy's behavior towards him, and his friends, coupled with Snape's belittling of him, had kept him distant from even the harmless Slytherins. What Harry was surprised about was her presence in the castle. As far as he knew, McGonagall had emptied the castle of all the Slytherin students before the battle began. He also noticed Madame Pomfrey, who was Hestia Jones's arm. He went to her, and despite being fatigued with working tirelessly, she smiled at him. "Hello, Harry. Are you all right? Did you injure yourself?" Harry shook his head. "No, Madame Pomfrey. I am fine. How you have been? I guess this year has been the hardest on you." She nodded. "You have no idea how hard things have been. To see first-year students being cursed with Crucio or other torture curses and treating them was a nightmare for me. If it was not for Ms. Greengrass and a few others who volunteered to help me in the infirmary, I do not think I would have made through the year." Harry was curious about the black-headed girl. "As I remember, Headmistress had evacuated the Slytherin students out of the castle before the battle began. How did she come to be here?" She nodded. "Most of them were evacuated, but she refused to go and straight away came to the infirmary to help me to heal the defenders. She even brought many of them in when they were injured and could have died without being tended to. She owed courage as much as anyone in the field of battle." Harry nodded, and his thoughts drifted to people who might not have fought in the battle but had been instrumental in the battle by other ways. A lot of them had returned with Slughorn as the backup, and now that he was thinking about it, many of them were former Slytherins who had come to their aid, along with shopkeepers of Hogsmeade and Perenne. Ts of every student who had stayed to fight. The wizarding world had come together against one foe who had suppressed all of them. He also noticed Aberforth Dumbledore, who was sitting jovially talking with Dean Thomas, and when their eyes met, the barkeeper hailed him. "Potter, you were right. My brother chose well." Harry nodded in his direction and went to find Ron. He was suddenly tired of the castle. He had faced too many things in the last few hours to be thinking rationally. However, there was something he desperately needed. He called, "Creature," and the elf appeared before him, looking happy for once and proud of having led the elves in the fight and avenging Regulus Black. "Master," the elf chirped happily. "Master called me." Harry smiled. "Creature, please bring me some clean clothes, will you? I am dirty and want to take a bath." His shirt had been torn at places, smattered with blood when he had comforted Severus Snape in his last moments. Thinking of Severus, he remembered something he still had to do. He found Kingsley in the crowd. "Kingsley, can I have a word?" he asked. The temporary minister of magic followed him to a side, and Harry started speaking quickly. "Severus Snape's dead body is in the Shrieking Shack. Please see to it that he is buried with honor. He risked his whole life for the Order and to end Voldemort's reign. I will explain later and maybe give a statement about it if you so desire." Kingsley looked at him closely to see if he was joking, but he was not. Kingsley nodded. "All right, I will send some wizards to get his body and ensure that he is buried with honor." That was all that Harry was willing to do for the greasy-haired, hook-nosed dungeon bat. Harry did not suddenly feel affection for him, but he was willing to accept his role in defeat of Voldemort. He decided to go to the Gryffindor Tower to find a working bathroom to take a bath before he went to the burrow. On the way up, he came across Rita Skeeter, who simpered seeing him. Harry. Got a minute for a quick interview? Of course we will have to do a full-length interview later. Harry hated her. He knew that Hermione had promised to never tell her secret, but Harry had not made a promise. He turned to her. Of course, but a quick one, and I think it would be better if we did this with the Minister of Magic. She of course had no problem with that. She followed him to the great hall where Kingsley was talking to some Aurors, and Harry made a show of tapping on the shoulder. Kingsley asked him, "Did you forget something?" Harry tried to grin, but it did not come. He flatly said, "Kingsley, I do not know if someone has ever told you, but Skeeter here is an unregistered animagus." Rita realized she had walked into a trap and tried to move away, but Kingsley had immediately stunned her and was barking orders to an Auror. Take her into custody, Proudfoot. Keep her restrained in shackles and make sure she does not escape. He turned to Harry. I am thankful to you for this. How did you know? Harry told him. I know since the third task of Triwizard Tournament, but since the Ministry was hostile to me, I had no reason to go and tell them about it. Kingsley nodded. She can spend the next month or so the holding cells till we have processed all the Death Eaters, and then we will send her to prison. Harry nodded. I guess I will see you tomorrow then. With that H.E. went to the tower to take a bath at last. When he came out, Creature had laid clothes for him. Getting dressed, he went to find Ron to return to the burrow. The burrow. When they exited the flow, Harry wanted to cry seeing the condition the burrow was in. The house looked like someone had upended it and someone had tried to torch the house. The scorch marks were still present on the walls, but the interior was as much the same as Harry remembered. The Weasleys, however, were not the same. Harry could feel that they were subdued and the pain was evident. He noticed George was not there, and Harry asked Mrs. Weasley, "Mrs. Weasley, where is George?" She replied sadly, "He is upstairs and has not eaten anything since." She could not finish her sentence before he broke down again. She had clutched him hard and was crying in his shoulder while Harry awkwardly tried to comfort her. Finally Mr. Weasley took over and Harry went upwards to find George. He was in his room staring at the walls and his gaze was lost in the distance, perhaps remembering Fred. He knew it would take a long time for George to heal from the loss, and he was willing to help him in any way that he could. Percy was also trying to console his brother, and he was crying himself. He was unashamedly shedding tears, and to Harry's surprise, he had a picture in his hand which had the twins in it, and he was moving his hands on the glass fondly while the twins in the picture tried to run away from his hands. "Percy," he called. Percy turned and looked at him and hastily tried to wipe his eyes. "Oh Harry, how are you? I did not hear you come in." Harry did not know what to say. He had not had to console someone before, and he had not the right words for it. Finally, he started speaking. "How are you, Percy?" Percy broke down finally. "It should have been me, Harry. It should have been me instead of him. I was an insolent git, but they forgave me so easily and—" Harry interrupted him before he could say anything more. "I forbid you from speaking a word more. Merlin forbid. If you had died, Fred would have cried for you as you were crying for him. We forgave you because you are our family. You realized your mistake and came around when it really mattered. It is now your duty to take care of George. He needs you the most at this moment." With that, Harry moved onwards to find Ronald in his bedroom at the top of the house. He was not really surprised to find Hermione in the room, crying in Ronald's shoulder. She hugged him tightly when he entered, and he asked them, "How are you two?" Ron spoke for perhaps the first time that day. "I don't even know what we are supposed to feel. Not having Fred around is something I never thought of. All those people who fought for us and died, it is hard to imagine that we will not see them again." Harry nodded. "It is very hard to think so. I regret now about not having spent enough time with Remus in the last 4 years, but there are many things I regret about." He turned to Hermione. "What are your plans now, Hermione?" She replied after some time, "I will have to find my parents in Australia first. I suppose I will finish my education before I decide about my career." "What you both have planned?" They could not look into her eyes, and she was immediately suspicious. She asked, "What from me?" Harry answered her. "Kingsley Shacklebolt offered me and Ron to become Aurors for the Ministry to catch the Death Eaters on the run. We have accepted, and he said that if we want to make our commission permanent, We can join the Aurors straight away if we so choose. She frowned for a moment before nodding. I can understand why he made the decision. The Ministry is really short on Aurors and the escaped Death Eaters can cause a lot of problems for the Mini. Stry, which is still trying to pull itself together. I can also understand why you would not want to go back to the castle. I don't want to become an Auror, so I would have to finish my education before I can pursue any careers in the Ministry. However, right now I have to think about how to find my parents in Australia. Harry nodded before he remembered something. You can ask the Ministry to help you. They have their liaisons with Muggles and they definitely can get you help in finding your parents. However, I would advise you to take someone with you before you go. It may be hard for you to explain things to them otherwise. Ronald immediately said, I am coming with you and don't try to argue with me, Hermione. He turned to Harry. Sorry mate, but I have got to do this. I should have refused Kingsley in the day. Harry nodded. This was expected after they had started professing their love for each other in the middle of battle. Fred's body was in the Great Hall still with other fallen heroes since the Ministry had decided to send them to their families after they had made the plans for burial. He intended to attend funeral of everyone who had been there for fight for the defense of Hogwarts. It was the least he could do to pay his respects. The Daily Prophet published a special issue that evening. The Chosen One become the man WHO1. Yesterday, the wizard known as You-Know-Who attacked the Hogwarts castle after he had been given a tip-off that the Chosen One Harry Potter was in the castle. He rallied his followers and laid siege to the castle with his followers. The defenders of the castle, however, did not yield, and the students, including many former students with the teachers and the members of the Secret Order of the Phoenix, resisted his forces. In the clashes which lasted all night, many were slain before the boy who lived went in the Forbidden Forest in what others assume as an offering to You-Know-Who to save others. However, as eyewitnesses report, Harry Potter was reportedly killed when You-Know-Who finally approached the castle with his followers to take over the ancient fortress of wisdom and power. It is not clear how, but Harry Potter came alive again and dueled with You-Know-Who to the death. There were a few things said during their duel which could not be understood by others, but it has come to light that former headmaster of Hogwarts and the alleged killer of Albus Dumbledore, Severus Snape, was a double agent who was acting on Dumbledore's orders to keep the students safe from the Carrows, who have been taken in captivity and will be tried shortly. It is reported that at least 50 of the defenders of Hogwarts fell in the battle, which includes students, wild dark wizards and witches like Bellatrix Lestrange, Antonin Dolohov, Rookwood, and Walden McNair were among those killed in the battle. For a list of the fallen heroes and Death Eaters, CP 10. Veteran Auror Kingsley Shacklebolt has been named the temporary Minister of Magi. See, while the former Minister of Magic Pius Thickness is admitted in St. Mungo's for recuperation after having been under the influence of Imperius Curse for almost a year. See inside pages for more details. Saying bye to a prankster. The next day was perhaps the hardest yet. He had been woke up by Ginny in the morning, who asked him to dress for the funeral before she went downstairs. The Ministry had Fred brought to the burrow around sometime in the morning, and they had chosen to bury him in the grounds belonging to the family where their ancestors had been buried for generations before them. Before breakfast time was over, the burrow was overflowing with people. There were McGonagall, Kingsley, Hestia, Andromeda, Slughorn, Flitwick, Pomfrey, Lee Jordan, Oliver Wood, Angelina, Alicia, Katie, Demelza Robbins, Neville Longbottom, Augusta Longbottom, Hagrid, Luna Lovegood, and many more Harry could not recognize. Fred's body had been wrapped in a white shroud, and it was carried by so many of them that Harry lost count of people. By the time they were at the cemetery, emotions were running high. Everyone's eye was wet. There was already a hole dug up for him to be lowered into the GR. And a Ministry wizard was there to conduct the funeral. Harry was not surprised to find it was the same wizard who had presided over Dumbledore's funeral. A lot of chairs had been laid down for everyone who attended, and Harry sat in the front row with Ginny on his right and Fleur on his left, with Bill sitting beside her. When it was time, the wizard stood to address them. This day we are here to say our goodbye to a young man who was a perfect son to his parents, a perfect brother to his siblings, and an endearing friend to his friends. He touched everyone's lives who knew him, and he gave them reasons to smile even in the grim times which lasted until yesterday. I would invite his brother, his twin to say a few words about him before we say goodbye. George was inconsolable when he stood to address them. Fred was not just my twin but my other half. I still cannot believe that he is not with me anymore, and maybe it would take me years to accept it. However, he was far from the perfect person, as was just said. If he were here, he would be laughing at us for being so grim and morose. There were a few subdued chuckles to his statement. George continued speaking. He was the Br.Ain behind us, and he would not have expected me to be so grim when he lived so carefree and enjoyed every little joy in his life. He broke down again and took his seat, and Harry heard Hagrid blowing his nose in his tablecloth-sized handkerchief. The wizard stood again and motioned for them to join him. Many of the wizards joined him, and together, they lowered his body in the grave already dug or they all filled it with soil which had been dug early in the day, and then attached a headstone to it which read, Fred Weasley, born the 1st of April 1978, death the 2nd of May 1998, mischief managed. With they all began to leave after saying their condolences to the Weasleys. Harry waited for everyone to go before he decided to go to the ministry. Kingsley was waiting. Arthur and Molly were initially reluctant, but they agreed when Harry promised them that he would return before it was time for dinner. Ministry of Magic. When Harry arrived at the Ministry of Magic the next day, he was dressed in an oversized robe to hide himself, with a hood over his head so no one could recognize him. The ministry itself seemed to have gone through a lot of changes in just a day. The ugly statue which had been built in place of the magical brethren had been torn down, and Harry could see the debris strewn all over the atrium. The fountain which used to be in the place was back, and he hoped that the statue of magical brethren would be back in place soon. The flows were working again, and he had heard that the public toilet system of flushing themselves in had been abandoned by the ministry, and soon the Blick telephone booth system would be back into place. He handed his to the wizard, who was back to his post in the atrium. He took the wand and started reading it and loudly exclaimed, Harry Potter. Harry sighed. He had wanted to escape the attention, but there was no way now, with people starting to swarm him. He accepted their congratulations with grace, shook hands with some, said thank yous to others, and was looking for a way out of his predicament. I should have known that only you can cause such a block, he heard Neville say, who himself was surrounded by people and happily gave a one-arm hug to him, grinning. Talk about you, Neville. You have a lot more behind you than I do. The WI for them to go ahead, and a ministry worker on duty near the lifts ushered them into one and stopped others from following them in. Harry grinned at Neville. Feels good to have such a VIP treatment. Neville grunted. It sure does. When they reached the office of the minister, he lifted his hood for our benefit of Kinglesey's secretary, who ushered him in swiftly, telling him, Go right in, Mr. Potter and Mr. Longbottom. The minister is waiting for you. Kingsley's office looked like a landfill, with loads of paper strewn around and heaps of files waiting for his attention. When they entered, he rose from his seat and said in his deep resonating voice, Harry and Neville, welcome. Harry motioned his arms around and asked, Busy day? Kingsley sighed. Pious thickness was always slippery to begin with. Spending a year under the imperious curse of Yaxley, he did not tend to work but delegated to High's secretary, who was no better than a Death Eater in disguise. They have destroyed everything, and we would have to rebuild from the ashes. Harry asked him, What about the order now? Is it disbanded? Since Moody had died, I assume you became the leader. Kingsley nodded. I disbanded the order yesterday. We did not need it anymore, so it was of no use to keep it. Please take a seat. I am still waiting for a few people. They were joined by others soon, and Kingsley offered seats to them, and after he had did a quick calculation of their numbers, he asked worriedly, Where is Ron? Is he fine? Harry nodded. He is fine, but he is accompanying Hermione to Australia to find her parents, so he cannot join us at this moment. Also, Hermione wants the ministry's help in finding her parents. Kingsley nodded. Tell her that I will be visiting the Burrow today evening. He then started addressing all of them. Since you all know that the ministry is short on orders at the moment and there are too many Death Eaters evading arrest, I want you all to bring them in. This assignment will extend till we have caught all of them, and then if you want you can go to finish your last year of studies at Hogwarts RTS, or you can directly join as an Auror in the ministry. The ministry will also conduct Newt's examination in December for those who want to apply for work and do not want to go to Hogwarts again. They all nodded, and at that time, a few more wizards entered. Another wizard entered who wore the crimson-red robes of British Aurors. Kingsley introduced them. This is Gawain Robards, the head of Aurors. And there are a few Aurors who realized what was happening and did not join the Voldemort-loyal establishment but secretly kept working to undermine them. We do not have enough Aurors in our force right now, and we would be stretched thin. We lost so many of them in the previous year that if Death Eaters banded together, they can outdo us. I have invited you all because I have seen you all fightin' in the battle, and I know you are battle-hardened to stand against them and win. I will also be publishing an advertisement of requirement in Daily Prophet inviting those eligible to apply by relaxing the norms for the time being. Merlin knows we need them. He turned to Gawain. Gawain, these are your men from today. Take them to the Auror floor, tell them about their duties and put them with whatever teams we have left for now. Gawain clicked his heels and led them to the Auror floor. The burrow. Kingsley Shacklebolt was having a busy day, so he could hardly make time for anything except office. He had already deputed Gawain Robards to inform the Muggle Prime Minister about the conclusion of the war, and right now he was on his way to the burrow to share in Arthur and Molly's grief. Had always liked the twins, and with one of them gone, he was sure the world was going to be a bit darker. There were too many things to be done and not enough people to do it, and he needed Arthur and Percy at the office. They were highly competent, trustworthy people who could help Kingsley through this transition period. He also hoped to secure Ron's admittance in the Aurors, and for that purpose he had just to contact the Australian Ministry of Magic and trace down Hermione's parents. Ron was going off with Hermione in Australia to find her parents, and if the ministry could bring them back, then they would not have to go in the first place. Besides, he had to show that he was initiating the changes in the ministry and it would not toe to the old line anymore. While the old families were important to the wizarding world, the ministry was not going to discriminate against the Muggle-borns who were as important to them as any pureblood. He also had to give Harry Potter's first assignment to him. After the initiation in the ministry during the day, everyone had been sent home with Auror robes and asked to report for duty from the next day. He and Gawain had made a list of those who were evading arrest and needed to be made answerable for their crimes so that justice would be seen to be done. The Malfoys were near the top of the list, but they had assured him that they would willingly submit to trial whenever he called them. Nevertheless, he had placed the underhouse arrest with 2 Aurors standing guard. He planned to bring them in as soon as he could. In fact, they would be the first to undergo trial. The ministry holding cells were already full and they had no other place to keep Death Eaters. Perhaps he could advocate for forming the War Tribunal a bit faster, perhaps, so EY could start the trials as soon as they could manage. He knocked on the door of the burrow and Molly Weasley's voice came from inside. Who is there? He answered in his deep voice, "It is I, Kingsley Shacklebolt." The door was immediately opened by Molly Weasley, who looked like a mess. She was not her usual exuberant self, but her eyes were blotchy and she had dark circles under them. His hair which was usually neatly combed was disarrayed and she had a lost look about her. She tried to smile for him. "Minister, please come in and have a bite or two. We were just starting on dinner." He read while giving an apprising look to other inhabitants of the house. Harry was there at the other end of the table, looking lost and bewildered as if he did not know how to console these people who were grieving. Arthur was more of a mess than Molly. He had a wild look about him and he looked like he would doze off. He looked full of pain, but there was determination on his face which he had seen often in the previous few years. He knew Arthur was holding together for the sake of his family. Percy was there, trying to console George, who was grieving and still had the haunted look which Kingsley had come to fear. He had seen too much to it for the last few days and he did not want to see more of it. Ron was there, looking unkempt, and perhaps for the first time, he was not even sparing a glance at the food. There was also Andromeda at the table while Teddy dozed in a little rocking chair. He understood that food was perhaps the last thing that they were paying attention to, and he decided to make sure that they at least ate a morsel. Kingsley took off his traveling cloak and hanged it on a peg while taking a seat on the table and said, "Thank you, Molly, I think I have time for a bite." With that he sat at the table and Molly served him some freshly made bread and some of her onion soup which he liked. Since no one was really speaking at the table, he decided to break the ice. He asked Arthur, "Arthur, when are you going to join the ministry again?" Arthur sighed, "I do not know, Kingsley. I am still not over my grief yet." Kingsley nodded. "I understand, Arthur, but I am really sure on people I can trust to work with me for the betterment of the ministry. Besides, you have better experience of dealing with these issues having been there in the administration." He turned to Percy. "What about you, Percy? Are you joining soon?" Percy shook his head. "I do not know when I will be able to join the ministry again. I want to spend some time with my family, Minister." He nodded and turned to Ron. "What about you, Ron? I thought you told me you were Goss." Ron, who was sitting beside Hermione and patting one of her hands, shook his head. "Maybe later. I need to go with Hermione now to find her parents. I will not allow her to go by herself." Kingsley turned to Hermione. "Hermione, if you agree, I will send a letter to the Ministry of Magic in Australia and ask them to find your parents before you go. That way you will save a lot of hassle in finding them." Hermione nodded. "If you can do it, I will be grateful to you, Kingsley. That way I can go without Ron having to come with us." Ron tried to protest, but she silenced him. "No, Ron, Kingsley is right. He needs as many people as possible right now. If he can find them, then it will not take me long to find them and undo the memory charms I did on them. I know they would be angry with me, but that is between me and them, and I do not want them to lash on you." Ron reluctantly agreed and turned to Kingsley. "All right, I will. I'll join the ministry from tomorrow as Auror." For the first time perhaps, Molly Weasley did not object to something which was ostensibly dangerous. Perhaps she understood that her little boy had faced worse than that. Kingsley turned to Arthur and Percy. "I would appreciate it if you both can join me from tomorrow. There is a lot to be done and I am counting on you both to help me." He said to Arthur, "I have proposed your name for Senior Undersecretary to the Minister of Magic and it has been accepted." He said to Percy, "I have a lot of preparations to be made for the Death Eater trials and I need a person of your caliber to help me wade through it." Finally, Arthur and Percy agreed to join the next day. After all, life had to go on. Charlie agreed to stay for a few more days and look after George before he eventually joined the Dragon Reserve again. Before Kingsley left, however, he said to Harry, "Harry, I have your first assignment for you. Our dear chairperson of the nefarious Muggle E-Born Registration Commission has been missing in action. I want you to bring her in. Gawain has put you with Proudfoot, Savage, Justin Finch Fletchley and Dean Thomas. Report at 8 o'clock in the morning tomorrow." That was exactly the piece of news that Harry needed. He had a long pending grudge to settle with Dolores Jane Umbridge. Chapter 2. The Burrow. Next day, Harry woke up early in the morning. A.N.D. came down for breakfast to find that Mr. Weasley was already up and at the table with a cup of tea between the palms of his hand, lost in thought. There was delicious smell wafting from the kitchen towards them, and he was pleased to find that Mrs. Weasley was trying to find ways to keep her busy and making an effort to get over her loss. "Morning, Mr. Weasley," he said as he took a seat. Mr. Weasley was lost in thought and took his time to reply, "Morning, Harry. Excited for the day?" He nodded. "I cannot wait to see how it is like." "Are you going to join the ministry?" He nodded. "Yes, Harry. We would have to move on at some point of time. I suppose going to the office would dull the pain of the loss. Besides, Kingsley really need all the help he can get. The ministry is in shambles and public would panic if things did not get well soon." "Harry dear, what would you like for breakfast?" asked Mrs. Weasley coming out of the kitchen. "Just some toasts and bacon would be fine, Mrs. Weasley," he said. She served him plate full of bacon and toast, and as he started to eat, she asked him, "Where is Ron?" "He is still sleeping. We were up late last night," he said, not meeting her eyes. "What you all were doing staying up late?" she asked. Harry did not know what to answer her. He had hardly slept with the nightmares, and so did Ron. When he closed his eyes, he could feel the battle happening in front of his eyes. Friends dying in their lifeless eyes, their screams in his ears. No, it was not easy to think about it, and he even hesitated telling her about it. She meanwhile had started to call Ron. "Ron, get up or you would be late for the ministry." Ron came down moments later, followed by Hermione, and they wordlessly took seats upon the table. Mrs. Weasley served them while Mr. Weasley was talking to Hermione. Hermione, Kingsley has told me that he is expecting you at the Ministry around noon. He wants to ask some questions so that he can communicate with the Ministry in Australia and track down your parents. She was still downcast and said in her same morose tone, I'll go and meet him today, Mr. Weasley. By this time, Percy had come down for breakfast with Charlie, and perhaps out of habit, Mrs. Weasley hollered for the twins, come down you bot. Her voice however hitched when she remembered that Fred was no more and broke into tears. Percy had stood in as wiping her tears with his thumbs, and she kept crying in his shoulder. Harry was uncomfortable because he did not know what to make of it. He wanted to console Mrs. Weasley, but he was not sure how he could do that. He never had been good with feelings. Finally he finished his dinner and walked towards his room to get ready to go to the Ministry. Ginny was standing at the door of her room and stopped him. Harry, can I talk to you in here? He nodded. Sure, Ginny. He walked in her room and sat on her bed waiting for her to speak. She took a long pause before she spoke. Harry, you know when Dumbledore died and you broke up with me so that I would not be targeted. You promised me that you will return to me, and you did. I thought that I would have been elated when we survived the war, but I kind of felt nothing. Harry asked her, so what are you saying? Harry, I don't know if I am ready to resume it right now. I want to take some time to think about it, she said hesitantly. When he did not say a word, she continued. I mean, a lot happened between then and now, and it kind of made me see things in a new light. I am trying to adjust to everything which happened since then and need some time to make up my mind. He asked her, are you dumping me? She hastily said, oh Merlin, no. I am not dumping you, Harry, but I need some time to sort through my feelings so that I can be sure about it. He could not understand what to say. He had been sure that Ginny would be there for him when he returned after having finally killed Voldemort for good. He had not expected this, but when she said it, he realized it. He felt some kind of disenchantment towards her, and he had not been able to point the reason. Sure, he had some feelings for her in his heart, but he was not sure anymore if it were love or not. He thought perhaps he needed some time to sort through his feelings as she did. He nodded. I understand, Ginny. I will wait for you to make a decision. With that he left her room to go and get ready. Ron and Hermione were there in his room, and when he entered, they asked him, well. He asked, well what? Ron huffed. Come off it, Harry. We want to know what happened between you and Ginny. He told them what had happened in the room between him and Ginny. She told me that she feels her feelings have changed and she wants some time to mull over things before she can make a decision. Now that I had time to think about it, I feel the same. We will take our time before making this decision. Hermione asked him, is that why you have been avoiding her? Ron asked, what do you mean? She spoke again. She told me that she and Harry had not exchanged 2 sentences with each other since the end of the war, and that is after he spent months watching her dot on the Marauders map every night. I knew she needs to sort through her feelings, as she had told me already. I think it is better if they took their time to think things through. They sat quietly for some minutes before Mrs. Weasley's voice floated upwards. Come down you lot, or you will be late for the Ministry. After 10 minutes, they came down where Mr. Weasley was getting ready for going to the Ministry, and so was Percy. They flowed to the Ministry one after another. Ministry of Magic. They arrived in the atrium of the Ministry, where things had definitely progressed. A crew from Magical Maintenance Washair previous state before Voldemort took over the Ministry, while Ministry employees were arriving in the Ministry. Most of them had been in hiding for the last year, and now they were coming back. The most affected department had been the Aurors. Those who had not professed their loyalty to the Ministry after Thickness took over had been taken to Azkaban, while many who remained had been working covertly to undermine the Ministry. Many had fought for the Death Eaters because their loyalty had been towards the Minister personally, and the Minister had been under Imperious curse of Yaxley. Though, say who had fought for the Death Eaters and had consciously worked towards imprisoning Muggle-borns or killing them were in prison and would be tried. They boarded a lift together, and Harry and Ron tee off at the Auror floor, while Arthur and Percy went forward to the Minister's office. Gawain Robards, it seemed, was waiting for them. As they came in, Gawain rose from his seat and said to them enthusiastically, "Potter and Weasley, take a seat. I am waiting for others to arrive." Soon many others arrived. When they were all seated, Gawain started addressing them. "So the first assignment for Pro Udfoot's team is to bring in Dolores Umbridge. She was the chairman of the erstwhile Muggleborn Registration Commission and is liable for sending many wizards and witches to the dreary prison. For this assignment, the minister has chosen Harry Potter, Justin Finch Fletchley and Dean Thomas, who would be supervised by Proudfoot." Harry asked him, "What about the Muggleborns and others who were taken to Azkaban though? Are any of them alive?" Gawain nodded. "Many of them are alive, but it would require a lot of time and efforts on our part to get them in prime of their health again. This war caused us considerable damage. In the meanwhile we have a lot of Death Eaters to be caught. The minister has asked me to compile a list of them and you all will be going in the field to catch them. And this is only what we are to do. The ministry has an uphill task at hand with all the destruction and death." Harry asked him further, "What about their wands? I suppose their wands had been snapped when they were taken captive. Where would they get new wands and who would pay for them?" He replied, "We are locating all the Muggle-born as we speak. Those we find and are without wands would be asked to report to Ollivanders when he sets up shop again. They will be fitted with new wands and the ministry would pay for the expenses which would be realized after we have levied heavy penalties on the Death Eaters and confiscated their vaults and properties." He nodded. "What is the plan for today?" He pointed towards the Auror sitting in the room. "Proudfoot will be your supervisor and you will follow his instructions. He will tell you the plan of action once you are at the place she is hiding." He produced a piece of rope and gave it to Proudfoot. "This portkey will take you to the closest to the location where she is thought to be hiding." Proudfoot pocketed the portkey with grim determination. He continued further, "Augustus, remember one thing. She may try to resist arrest and there can be some Death Eaters with her. A couple of Aurors who were part of her security detail have been missing in action too, so it is possible that you may meet them. If you find that you are outnumbered, send for backup and it will be sent to you." As Proudfoot was leading his team out of the office, Ron said to him frantically, "Harry, take care and return safely to us. And give her hell from us." Harry gave a little grin as he remembered the words Fred had spoken long ago in the castle when they twins made their escape after turning a corridor in a portable swamp. They had ordered Peeves, telling him, "Give her hell from us." Peeves. Proudfoot led them out of Robard's office to a room which clearly served as conference room of sorts. He motioned for them to sit in the chairs scattered around and when they took their place, he started giving instructions. "All right, since you all have not been through formal Auror training, there are a few rules that you need to remember. First rule is constant vigilance. You drop your guard for a second and it can prove fatal. Second rule is that you never abandon your partner. Third rule is do your duty and return safely. If you need to cast some lethal spells, then do not hesitate to do so. We do not know what kind of situation we are going into, so finish the job as quickly as possible. I do not want to see a disarming spell or a stunner if a bone breaker is needed in a situation. Is that clear?" A resounding, "Yes, sir," answered his question, and he led them to the apparition point. Taking hold of the portkey, they disappeared, feeling the familiar jerk behind their navels. Denver. They appeared in some thick woods where Harry promptly fell to the ground as the portkey stopped pulling him. Justin and Dean were no better either, and they all crumbled on top of each other. Proudfoot, who had landed on his feet, was smirking. "If all Aurors made such spectacular entry, we would lose before we even begin." Grumbling, they picked themselves up and he started instructing them. "Does any of you have prior experience in tracking? I mean, if you can detect spells which are used for stealth?" Harry said, "I know a little about such spells like Muggle-repelling spells, Muffaliato, etc. I learned to use them when on the run." He nodded. "All right, Potter, you take Thomas with you and I will have Finch Fletchley with me and we will go in different directions. Whoever finds them first will send a message on our badges and wait for backup. I do not want this mission to fail, because if she escaped we would not be able to bring her to justice again." Before they could start though, he detached his badge from his robes and showed them how to use it to send a message. There was a specific pattern in which one had to tap the badge and it would send their location to the other team. He and Dean started walking to one side while Proudfoot and Justin went in another. They were looking for any sign of activity around them, and Harry was spreading his senses in all directions to feel anything which would help him know if there were any protective enchantments in place. The forest was sparse and not as dreary populated as other woods where he had been hiding when on the run. Dean, mostly for the purpose of making communication, said, "Feels all the same like last year, except this time I am searching for fugitives." Harry nodded. "Right, we camp in different forests and put up so many enchantments to keep ourselves safe. They kept up away from others many times, thought breaking the taboo got us caught." Dean nodded. "We were caught the same way. I was a fool to break the taboo when I called him Voldemort by mistake. I had taken off by myself in the wilderness when the ministry fell and my mother and stepsister told them that I had not been home from a year. I met some more wizards on the run and we spent a few months together." Harry nodded. "Yeah, I remember. You had Ted Tonks with you and someone named Dirk, who I imagine was D.R.K. Seswell, and 2 goblins, one of which was Griphook, who was in captivity in Malfoy Manor when we rescued you and Luna from there." Dean nodded before he realized something. "Hang on. How did you know I was with Ted Tonks, Dirk Seswell, and 2 goblins? I do not remember telling you about it." Harry was hesitant to tell before he decided to tell him, not that it would have mattered anymore. "You were camping near us one evening when one of you had summoned salmon fish for dinner from a river nearby. Our camp was near you all and we used one of those extendable ears which the twins had developed. We heard you all talking about Ginny being put in detention with Hagrid for trying to steal the sword of Gryffindor from Headmaster's office. We were on the run doing something to bring downfall of Voldemort and we could not jeopardize our mission, so we stayed put." Dean wanted to say something but realized it would have fulfilled no purpose. They were doing what they would bring normalcy in the wizarding world again. Obviously they could not have jeopardized their mission. Besides, it had not been long after that when they had been caught by the Snatchers. Ted and Dirk had tried to fight and had done handsomely against them, but they were done in when they were outmanned. One of the Snatchers had snapped his wand, and seeing Ted among the deceased, they had taken him and Griphook to the Malfoy Manor instead of the ministry. He was starting to speak when Harry motioned for him to keep quiet and pointed him towards the distance where there was a tent erected and 2 wizards in aura robes were sitting outside. Harry silently sent a Homnum Revelio towards the camp and they retreated after a minute. When they were at safe distance to keep watch at the tent and could not be seen or overheard, they waited. When the backup arrived, Harry reported to Proudfoot, "There are 3 more people in the tent and 2 oars outside it. In total there are 5 people in that tent and I do not know about their identities, though it can be safe to assume that it is Dolores Umbridge." The toad croaked. Proudfoot barked orders. "All right boys, here are the instructions. We will approach from 2 sides. With Potter and Thomas on one side and me and Finch Fletchley on another. We will take those 2 down with stunners and then storm the tent. Get in and start casting. Do not give them a warning or a chance to get away. If they apparated out of here, there is nothing more that we can do." Harry and Dean circled around to the other side, taking a long route to be sure that they were not seen. Hyle, Justin and Proudfoot kept an eye on the tent. When Harry shot some green sparks from his wand, Proudfoot mouthed, "Go," to Justin, and they sent stunners at the Auror on their side while Dean and RRY took down the Auror on their side almost at the same time. "Selwyn, what was that?" Someone called from inside the tent. "Warrington, what happened?" Before the person who had asked the question could come out, the Aurors had stormed the tent, and as they entered, they started sending stunners, petrification hexes everywhere. One of those inside was wearing the robes of Aurors and had dived behind a sofa while the one who had questioned was stunned immediately. Harry pushed Dean away from the way of a bombarda which was aimed at his head and with a speed faster than thought, had sent a reductor at the sofa which was reduced to bits. "What is this happening?" yelled someone from other room of the tent. Proudfoot by this time was able to stun the one hiding behind the sofa, and Harry Ned towards the 3rd person in the tent, and his blood boiled, the scars on the back of his hand throbbing. It was Dolores Jane Umbridge. Proudfoot had leveled his wand at her. "Dolores Jane Umbridge, you are being taken in custody under the orders of Kingsley Shacklebolt, the acting Minister of Magic. Surrender your wand and we will be lenient with you. Resist and we will deal with you brutally." She was shrieking, "I will not surrender to you. Not to false pretenders and the undesirable no. 1. No filthy mud. That was all she was able to say before 3 stunners collided with her and she crumpled like a sack. Proudfoot turned towards his 3 companions and found them to be grinning sheepishly. He said, "Oh dear. The toad has finally croaked." They tied up the oars and umbrage and bunched them together. With a big length of rope that he used to tie their hands together, Proudfoot tapped the rope once saying, "Activate." They disappeared and he turned to others, "Collapse this tent and take it in as evidence. We will have to inspect it in greater detail when we are the ministry. Take their wands too and put them in a bag with a tag to each wand telling the name of the owner. They would serve as evidence. This mission has been successful." When Harry told him that he did not know the names of the captives, Proudfoot told them their names, wrote them down on pieces of parchment, and the wands were rolled in them. Justin secured the evidence before they apparated to the Ministry of Magic. When they arrived in the ministry, there were a lot of people waiting to congratulate them. Ron and Neville Bear hugged Harry. "You did it. The toad is done in." Harry gave him a reluctant grin. "The only regret is that she caved in too soon." "Potter, the minister want to see you and Weasley in his office right now," barked Gawain Robards, who was there directing people and seeing that the prisoners were secured. He and Ron took the lift to the first floor to the minister's office, and while they were on their way, another wizard joined them. When he realized who were in the lift with him, he was in awe and took off his hat to them. "Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley, I am indebted to you both. I am Red Cattermole, and you both had saved my wife on that day when you had invaded the ministry." Harry remembered the day too well. They had just taken Slytherin's locket and were on their way out after rescuing many Muggle-borns, and Yaxley was pursuing them. Red Cattermole was one of those who had been impersonated by Ron to invade the ministry. There also was the awkward moment when Mary Cattermole had kissed Ron thinking him to be her husband. They had been scared like hell that time, but now that they thought about it, they felt embarrassed. Ron definitely was not making eye contact with Reg, who was looking at him with amusement. Anger. Harry could not know and had no idea about what to do in that situation. Thankfully, the lift arrived at the first floor at the moment, and they got off to go and meet the minister. Kingsley, it seemed, was waiting for them. Hermione was also in his office, and Harry guessed they were about to be interrogated by the minister. N.G.S. Lay took a moment before he started speaking in his deep baritone voice. "I have called you 3 because I need to know what had happened at Gringotts. The goblins are furious about what had happened. Ned and would be appeased only if they get the culprits or are given a just reason for the invasion. I need to give them a genuine reason for the invasion, or the economy of Wizarding World would be in danger." Hermione and Ron looked at him and he sighed. He figured it fell to him to give some explanations. "What I am about to tell you is extremely confidential, Kingsley, and if word were to go out, then it will not bode well for us." Professor Dumbledore, who had known Voldemort since he was 11 years old, found the way Voldemort remained alive. It is very dark magic known as Horcrux, where a person saves a part of his soul in a container. There were 7 of such Horcruxes, and we had to hunt them down before Voldemort could be killed. Kingsley was mortified. He had made Horcruxes. "How did you lot find out ways to destroy them?" Harry turned to Hermione, who pulled out a pair of dragonhide gloves from her bag, and putting them on, she summoned a book from her beaded bag. She gingerly placed the book on the table for Kingsley to see, and Harry started speaking. "This book used to be on the shelf of Hogwarts library 70 years ago, and Voldemort got the information from this book. I would rather that you destroy this." Kingsley gingerly touched the book and almost immediately removed his hand as if it was burnt by the touch. He wrote something on a paper, and with a tap of his wand, it too RNED into paper plane, which he sent away. About 5 minutes later, a man wearing a mask came into the minister's office. He was of average height, had salt and pepper hair and brown eyes which could be seen through his mask. Kingsley made the introductions. "This is Saul Croaker, the Chief Unspeakable of the Department of Mysteries. Saul, I trust you know these 3. He gave a bright smile. "Of course, I know them. Now why I was summoned." Kingsley pointed the book to him. "I hope you know this book. This is one of those banned in public domain, and as such, I want you to confiscate it and take it down to the department and destroy it, leaving behind no trace of its existence." Croaker produced a cloth pouch from inside of his robes. In it With that he immediately left the minister's office. With them being alone again, Kingsley turned to them. All right, I will talk the goblins, but in the meanwhile Hermione, I need your help with something. A set of laws were written when Gringotts was established, and there may something in there which can lead you out of your current predicament. I want you to find it and prepare a brief. Can you get me the report by tomorrow? I suppose the Austral Ian Ministry of Magic would be able to find your parents by then. The library of the ministry is at your disposal. With that he dismissed Hermione and Ron while he asked Harry to stay back. When they were gone, he asked Harry, Harry, there are so many questions about the war which need to be answered, and there is no one who can answer them better than you. The Order trusted you when you said Dumbledore gave you a mission and we did not ask any questions. I suppose the mission was destroying the Horcruxes, but there are too many questions which need to be answered now, and I will not take no for an answer. Harry shrugged. I will tell you everything that you want to know, Kingsley, but you have to promise me that nothing of what I tell you will find its way to the public. Kingsley nodded. Of course. The first question is about Severus Snape. You said that he was a hero. We also heard during the final duel when you said he killed Dumbledore on his orders. Can you explain that? He nodded. You might remember the Battle of Department of Mysteries. Kingsley nodded. I do. I was one of the Order members who showed up to back you up. Harry said, right. So, we had gone there to retrieve a prophecy made by Sybil Trelawney sometime before the First War. That prophecy was the reason that my parents had to go into hiding. Its contents are irrelevant now, but what you need to know. Severus Snape was a Death Eater then, and he heard some part of it which he told to Voldemort. Based on the information, he started hunting down my parents and Snape got panicked. My mother had been a good friend to him since they were children, and to save her life, he turned double agent and a spy for Dumbledore. When Voldemort was resurrected, Snape returned to him acting as a double agent, making Voldemort believe that he was still loyal to him. About a year before his death, Dumbledore had got his hands on one of the Horcruxes and destroyed it, but was cursed with a horrible curse. It would have killed him within a year anyhow. He wanted Snape to kill him so that Voldemort would trust him and Snape would be able to work to bring his downfall. Dumbledore was already dying when Snape killed him. Kingsley took a deep breath when Harry finished speaking. So that is why Severus Snape was a hero. He kept acting a double agent, risking his life for others. The next question is what happened in the forest. I mean, you had gone in the forest to surrender yourself to save others. Harry shook his head. That is a question for another time, or maybe never. It was a personal thing. What I can tell you is that he cast the killing curse at me and I lived again. Kingsley's eyebrows threatened to disappear in his forehead. You escaped the killing curse again. Are you immune to it? He shook his head. No. I am not immune to it. There were some peculiar circumstances between me and Voldemort. Kingsley nodded. The next question is what do you intend to do now? I mean, of course you can join the ministry as an Auror, but are you planning to take your family seat? Harry asked him, confusion written large on his face. What family seat? Kingsley asked him. You don't know. Oh, Merlin. Well, you would need to sort the goblins soon and only they can tell you more about it. Harry had no idea what it was about, but choosing to let it go for the moment, he asked him, are there any more questions? Kingsley nodded. There is 12, Grimmauld Place to think about. The Death Eaters had defiled the place, but it is still yours. Also, where are you going to live now? Of course, why? Oh, you cannot live with the Weasleys forever. Harry realized Kingsley was right. He could not live at the Burrow forever. They were as good as a family to him, but he needed a place of his own and he had no idea about these things. Maybe he could live in Grimmauld Place for the time being. He turned to Kingsley. I think I will have to look in Grimmauld Place and make it habitable. I suppose I need a place for myself after all. Kingsley offered. If you want, I can have a magical maintenance crew look after the house and do the necessary repairs. Harry smiled. Thank you, Kingsley. When they are at it, tell them to change the interior of the house. It is too dark and gloomy. And please ask them to take down that portrait too. Kingsley grimaced. Yes, the portrait. All right, I will have it removed. Now you go and report to Gawain for your duties. Before you go, I have received the details of funeral of everyone who died defending Hogwarts. This afternoon, they are saying goodbye to Colin Creevey. Harry's eye moistened a little. I will be there, Kingsley. Battle of Welshpool. When Harry arrived at the Auror floor, things were in chaos. Aurors were running around and he found Gawain barking orders. He called, "Robards, what is happening?" The Auror barked, "The last remains of Death Eaters have attacked Welshpool. We are going after them. You are with Proudfoot, Finch-Fletchley, Weasley, Longbottom and Savage. Go." When they arrived in Welshpool, the little town was in chaos. The top half of the town hall was blown apart. There were a few civilians who were lying dead on the road. Their faces calm, and Harry knew they had been killed by the killing curses. When they arrived, they spotted at least 8 Death Eaters who were destroying buildings or killing peoples. A few cars were of Muggle law enforcement were on fire, and a policeman was pinned to a wall by a javelin through his body. Savage barked orders, "Take cover and engage the Death Eaters. Do not let any of these scum escape alive." Harry ducked behind a wall and sent a stunner at one of the Death Eaters who fell. However, it attracted attention of 2 others towards him. One of those sent a killing curse at him which destroyed the wall. However, Harry had left that place a moment ago. The wall crumbled to bits and pieces while Harry had taken him down with a stunner. He was suddenly pushed to the side Ron out of the way of another killing curse cast by the second Death Eater. As he fell, his wand fell out of his hand. The Death Eater who had sent the killing curse at them was advancing on them, and in desperation, Harry waved his hand and the wand flew into his hand. He immediately sent a stunner at the Death Eater. Neville on the other side had already blasted one out of the way while he and Savage were engaging 2 of the Death Eaters between them. Justin and Proudfoot were fighting the last 2 Death Eaters. Harry and Ron joined in the fray, and within moments, the Battle of Welshpool was over. Savage was barking orders, "Retrieve their wands, tag them and take in as evidence. Bind the stunned ones and take them to the Ministry. The Obliviators will be coming down to take care of things." When Harry returned to the Ministry, another party which had gone with Williamson, Hestia, Ernie, Seamus, Dean, Anthony and Terry Boot had returned. Ernie sported a gash on his forehead while and had his arm in a sling, and Seamus was walking with a little difficulty. Harry asked worriedly, "What happened?" Dean grimaced, "We were sent to capture some Death Eaters. They were waiting for us with a trap. I had my shoulder dislocated when I fell on my shoulder to escape a piece of rock which would have done me in. Seamus fell in a pit, so he has some problem in walking." Ernie had his forehead grazed by a cutter. He asked, "Did we lose someone?" Dean shook his head, "No, we did not. Thankfully there were only 4 of them there." He nodded, "Right, I will be going now. I have to go and say bye to a friend." Dean nodded, "All right." Robards came up to him at that moment. "Potter, here is your portcodum wand to go to. You 3 are dismissed for the day." Saying goodbye to a friend, they arrived in a deserted street. When they walked out of the street, they could see a cemetery across from them on the other side of the road where people had began to gather around. They figured it was where they were going to bury him. When they entered, the cemetery was full of people, Muggles as well as wizards. There were many of Hogwarts students in the crowd who had studied with Colin. Were also Professor McGonagall and Flitwick in the crowd. Chairs were laid down for people to sit, and the trio took seats beside McGonagall. The same wizard who had conducted Fred's funeral was there, and he was speaking. "Today we have gathered to say goodbye to a young man who was a cheerful soul and loved people around him. Today we say goodbye to Colin Creevey, who, as I have been told, defied people who tried to oppress him and others and died the death of a hero." Harry asked McGonagall, "Isn't he the same who was at Dumbledore's and Fred's funeral?" She had her eyes tear-streaked and wiping them furiously with her tartan handkerchief, and said, "Yes. The Ministry offered to conduct funeral for everyone who died defending the castle." Dennis meanwhile approached Harry with a man and a woman beside him. "Harry, these are my mother and father. Father, this is Harry Potter." The man shook hands with him. "Colin talked highly of you. Ever since he went to the school, all he would talk about was the great Harry Potter. He told me that you thought of him as a friend, a confidant, and helped him many times." Harry did not know what to say to that. He nodded. "Your son was very enthusiastic person. We all will miss him." The woman said, "If you do not mind, Mr. Potter, would you speak a few words? He would have liked that." Harry reluctantly agreed. He never had much experience with public speaking and still tended to stay away from it, however he figured he could say a few words at least. He stood to speak a few words. Colin was a year behind me in school and a very enthusiastic person. The first image of him in my mind is of him carrying a camera and clicking photos of everything he found interesting. It was a stressful year, but it soon passed and Colin became one of my friends who believed in me even when others did not. He was loyal to his friendship with me and his loyalty never wavered even when being friends with me was deemed hazardous due to an obnoxious teacher at our school. I will remember him as the kid who had come to school to learn and left an impact on all our lives. Having finished speaking, he sat down and the wizard stood again. Now let us say our goodbyes to a life which was extinguished way too soon but lived for the triumph of truth over evil. 4 people lowered Colin in the ground while others stood respectfully for the young hero who had died. After everyone had laid flowers at his grave or said goodbye, Dennis approached Harry with a photograph. Harry, Colin wanted you to sign one of these. Would you do it? Harry remember the days in second year when the Ponce Lockhart had suggested that he and Harry could give signed photos. He had hated the idea then and he hated it now, but he could honor Colin's request for once. After all, the boy had never asked him for anything. The photo was of the time when they had won the Quidditch Cup in his 3rd year and there he was in the photo, accepting the trophy from Dumbledore. While the twins carried him on their shoulders. It perhaps had been his best year at school barring the Dementors. He scrawled his name on the photo which Dennis put in a frame and cast a spell at before he put it near the headstone on Colin's grave. It would the last autograph that Harry ever gave. Chapter 3. The Burrow. Harry Potter found himself back in the basement of Malfoy Manor where he and Ron had been taken after they were caught by the Snatchers. He was hearing Hermione's cries of agony wafting from upwards to him and feeling helpless without a wand. He could feel Ron's restless and trying to get upwards to help Hermione, and even in the dream. He had been feeling that way at that time, trying to imagine the horrors Bellatrix was putting Hermione through. He tried to cry for help, to tear those bars out of their place, and sat up, covered in sweat. It took him a few moments to realize that he was not in the Malfoy Manor but the Burrow. Nightmare? Asked Ron, who was perched on the window of his room. Looking out of the window towards the black sky, the stars twinkling and the moon shining resplendent. What are you doing up late in the middle of night? Harry asked Ron while he was fumbling on the side table for his glasses. Did you have some nightmare too? When he could not find his glasses, he muttered the summoning charm and was poked in his eyes by the handle of his glass. Fumbling with them, he put them on and climbed out of his bed to join Ron at the window perch. Ron winced. Yeah, I was back in the Forest of Dean where I destroyed the Horcrux. I was reliving the horror which had perpetrated before my eyes. I was up about an hour ago and got back to sleep, so I was watching the stars. I heard you crying my name then, Hermione, so I guessed you were having a nightmare too. Ron, you do know the locket was trying to mislead you, right? Ron nodded. I remember what you had told me, mate. Harry grimaced. Did someone hear me? I do not want them to worry. Ron shook his head. Nobody did. I had put up silencing charms around my room before I went to sleep. I reckon Mum would have been up here if I did not. Harry asked him, has Hermione returned? Ron nodded. She came in really late. Dad had to drag her away from the library in the ministry after the librarian pleaded with her to go about 10 times. Harry snorted. That is the Hermione we know. When in doubt, go to the library. Ron had half a smile on his lips. Mate, how you think she is holding up? Harry shrugged his shoulders. I don't know. I haven't been very good with feelings, you know. When you were gone she would spend nights crying into her pillow and I didn't know what I could do about it. She is, however, far more stronger than we give her credit for. Just at that moment, George poked his head inside. You two blokes are not asleep. Harry waved him in. Couldn't sleep, George. Come join us here. George was hard to recognize at once. He had stubble worth a week. His eyes looked all puffy with bags under them. His robes looked disheveled. His hair looked like a nest for birds and he was bare feet. He had such a wild look about him that Harry was not sure if George even cared about himself anymore. George joined them over and they said nothing for few minutes, each one contemplating over past events before Harry asked him, "How are you, George?" George said sadly, "I don't know what I am supposed to feel. Every second I feel like Fred would be coming in through the door and give me an idea for a new prank. It's just so." George could not speak any more before he broke down. Ron hugged his brother and whispered, "We are all here for you, George. And remember what you had said that Fred would be laughing at us for crying for him." George stopped crying after about 5 minutes. Harry asked him, "Are you going to reopen the shop?" He shook his shoulders in a resigned gesture, "I don't know. It is hard enough trying to live with this thought. I can't man the shop by myself." Harry prompted him, "Then you can always hire more people to do it for you. He would not want you to sulk like this because you don't look very good when you are sulking." Ron chimed in, "I will even find time to help you stock the shop and open in time for the new academic session. We all are with you in this." George scowled, or the closest to scowl that he could. "That is all good, but Fred was the brain behind the operation. I can do all the magic required, but I need someone to give me the ideas." Harry shrugged, "You can always ask others. I mean haven't you the talent to make an idea of almost anything? I don't think Fred would have been so discouraged." Ron took a big wide yawn which set the other two yawning, and Harry bade them good night saying, "I'd rather that you both would get some sleep now. Tomorrow we are going to bury Tonks and Remus." Saying goodbye to a marauder. Harry knew where Andromeda lived, having been there with Hagrid as they were escaping Death Eaters after the Battle of Seven Potters. He and Ron were raised up early in the morning by Hermione, who had dark circles under her eyes. She was dropping with exhaustion and yet standing. Harry asked her, "Hermione, did you not sleep yesterday? Why are you looking so exhausted?" She shook her head. "I kept going back to the manor and could feel the curses that she had used to torture me. Ginny had to sleep with a pillow on her face because I could not sleep with the lights turned off." Ron had embraced her in a hug. "Hermione, we are over the war. Bellatrix Lestrange is dead, and she is not going to come back to torture you. She got what had been coming to her. I won't let anyone hurt you." She pecked him on the cheek. "You are sweet, Ron, but it is just that I can't seem to forget it. Perhaps it will take some time for me to get over it. However, we have a busy day ahead of us." Harry asked her, "What do you mean?" "Kingsley wants us in the ministry after Remus and Tonks's funeral. He needs our help with something. He had let me know when I met him in the evening." "Where did you both had disappeared off to?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. Harry told her, "We went to say goodbye to Colin." Before their conversation could get any more emotional, Mrs. Weasley's voice carried upstairs, "Come down, you lot. Breakfast is ready." When they descended, they found that all of the Weasleys were up and ready to go. Even George had got ready to go and bury Remus Lupin. Mr. Weasley said, "Harry, they are burying them in Godric's Hollow. Kingsley told me that Andromeda wanted to do it this way, and she has requested us to be there an hour before the appointed time." After a quick breakfast which no one really wanted to have, they apparated to Andromeda's place. When they knocked on the door, Andromeda took her time to open the door. She had dark circles under her eyes, and her puffy eyes told that she had not been sleeping very well. She tried to smile when she saw them, but the smile did not reach her eyes. She ushered them in, and Harry found Teddy sitting in his chair and trying to get hold of Fleur's locks while she chuckled. Bill was sitting in a chair on tea. He sighed and looking at Fleur and Teddy with fondness. When they entered, they all took seats at chairs spread around in the living room of the Tonks residence. Harry picked up Teddy. "Come here, little guy. Let your godfather play with you for some time." Teddy looked at him in concentration, and suddenly, he had changed his hair to a tuft of black resembling his, making him chuckle. "Tonks would have been so proud of you, Ted." He cradled the boy close to him and was blabbering to him when he encountered some nasty smell and could feel the sleeve of his shirt soaking up. It took him for a moment to connect the nasty smell with his wet sleeve, and when he did, he exclaimed loudly, "Geez, little guy. Could you not find someone else?" Everybody was laughing at his pouting when Molly took her. "Give him to me, Harry dear. I will get him cleaned and a fresh set of clothes." Harry looked at his sleeve and pulled out his wand to cast a dry charm. He did a drying charm and returned his wand to its place and did not realize until he found Hermione looking at him curiously. Hermione, what is the matter?" he asked nervously. "Is something wrong with me that I should know about?" She said, "Harry, you just performed a drying charm without saying the incantation." He said, surprised. "I did." She said, "Yeah, you did." Pretty soon, many other order members arrived with the minister himself. Most of the teachers too turned up to say their goodbyes to the marauder, with McGonagall in the lead, who was wiping her eyes with her tartan handkerchief, all discipline forgotten and crying for one of her favorite students. When it was time, they dissipated to Godric's Hollow. The ministry had already brought their bodies to the graveyard and the tiny wizard was presiding at their funeral. In attendance were more order members. Many of the students who had been taught by Remus during his brief stint as the defense against the dark arts teacher at the school. There were Dean, Seamus, Parvati, Padma, Anthony, Ernie, Susan, among many others he recognized but could not put a name to them. Members of the old Quidditch team too were there. Hagrid too was there and wiping his eyes on the checkered tablecloth-sized handkerchief. Harry had been given a seat in the front row with the Weasleys and Andromeda. He kept Teddy in his lap where the kid was bouncing up and down on his knee and Ying to follow a butterfly with his eyes, which was flying around while stretching his pudgy little hands as if trying to catch the butterfly. To Harry's amazement, the butterfly indeed veered off course and flew to the toddler's outstretched hand. He had to marvel at Teddy's accidental magic. Andromeda was already crying, tears streaking down her eyes, and she sat beside Harry quietly sobbing. The wizard was saying, "This morning we are gathered here to say goodbye to two people who were heroes. They lived for their friends, family, and even gave their lives in the path of their duty and righteousness. They are symbols of selfless sacrifice, of giving everything for triumph of good over evil and of hope. They loved each other and could not be separated even in death." Harry was listening to everything that wizard said, and he felt it was so lacking in description of the life of Remus and Nymphadora Lupin. They were much more than this wizard was trying to put into words. "Harry, would you speak a few words?" Andromeda was asking. Harry figured he should say a few words. After all, out of the Tonks, he was the only family Remus had. The wizard was saying, they were the perfect pair for each other and kind to others. "I would like to ask Harry Potter to say a few words in the memory of Remus and Nymphadora Lupin." When Harry stood, Andromeda made a motion to take the toddler fro. Him, but he shook his head to her and walked forward to address the gathering, carrying Teddy with him. He took a few moments to form his words before he started to speak. "Remus Lupin was one of the best friends of my parents. He was a werewolf and always apprehensive that people would not accept him due to his condition. However, when Albus Dumbledore allowed him to join Hogwarts as a student, he was quickly accepted as a friend by his fellow students. He was a kind soul who was also very perceptive. I never had the fortune to meet him before my third year when he came to teach defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts, and it was largely due to him that I learnt so much in defense. He worked towards ensuring my safety all these years and acted as the guardian that I never had. He was also the last link to my parents, and I will miss his presence around me. He was scorned for his condition, but he never took it out on anyone. He chose to stay above all the hatred that was directed at him and lived his life on his terms. Tonks always treated me like a little brother, and she was always so full of energy and was so enthusiastic towards everything that she did. She always took care of me whenever she could, and I feel like a light has gone out of the world with their deaths. Remus and Tonks named me the godfather of their son, and I promised them that I will look after Teddy to the best of my efforts. Goodbye Remus and Tonks." His voice had started to crack at the end of his speech while Hagrid had taken out his handkerchief and was blowing his nose into it, which sounded like a trumpet. After he had made his statement, he returned to his seat beside Andromeda while Professor McGonagall had stood to address them. While it was unorthodox, yet people were willing to listen what she had to say. She started saying, "Grin came to Hogwarts. We all were apprehensive, but he turned out to be one of the best students of his age. He was smart and kind towards others. He made friends with 3 others in his house, and they were inseparable. He always was trying to learn, and while he engaged in pranks with his other friends, he was also the most sensible one. He graduated from Hogwarts with 10 newts but could not get a job due to his condition. He never let that dampen his spirits, and despite us treating werewolves as mindless beasts, he never turned himself against the wizarding world. I never told this to any student before this day, but he and his gang of friends were some of my best students and I will miss them. She had been dabbing at her eyes with her handkerchief while she spoke. As she sat, the minster started speaking. Before we enter them in the ground, I have an announcement to make. For the extreme valor and courage showed by Remus Lupin in his sacrifice, the ministry has decided to present him with an Order of Melon, First Class, posthumously. Kingsley's announcement was met by thunderous applause from the crowd. After the applause died down, he presented a medal with a green ribbon to Andromeda, who accepted it on behalf of Remus with Teddy in her arms. When everyone sat down again, the tiny wizard stood. Let us say our goodbye to Remus and Nymphadora Lupin. May you both stay together in the afterlife. With that they all stood together, and after their bodies had been lowered in the graves, they filled it with the soil which had been dug prior to burying them. After the grave had been leveled, a single headstone was erected on their grave which read, Remus Lupin Nymphadora Tonks, born the 10th of March 1960, born the 31st of May 1973. Death the 2nd of May 1998. Even death could not do us apart. As everyone started to leave, Harry stood beside Andromeda cradling Teddy in his arms. People would walk up to Andromeda giving their condolences to H.R. and expressing their gratitude to Harry. Harry would smile or just nod in return. He did not know half of those people and surely had no idea what to do in such a situation. He was of mood to return as soon as he could and was just there beside Andromeda as support for her. He kept watching people who walked up to Andromeda when he noticed the girl with dark curls yet again. Daphne Greengrass, yes, it was the same girl. Harry had not thought about her since he had returned from Hogwarts, but was surprised to see her here. She was a Slytherin and he had no idea why she would be attending Remus's funeral. She walked up to Andromeda and said to her, Mrs. Tonks, I can't find enough words to console you for your loss. If I or House Greengrass can ever help you in any way, please don't hesitate to call on me. Andromeda nodded and she turned to Harry. Potter, if you don't mind, can I hold him for a minute? Harry could think of what to say, so he just grunted, huh. She snorted but covered it behind her fist and said, I said can I hold Teddy for a minute, Potter? Harry looked over her shoulder at Andromeda, who nodded, and he handed Teddy to Greengrass. She played with Teddy for a few minutes while Harry kept an eye on her. When she returned Teddy back to him, Harry asked her, What are you doing here? Greengrass, she said, as it is evident, I am paying my respects to Professor Lupin and his wife. Before he could stop he asked her, But you are a Slytherin. Why would you come to pay respects to him? She looked at him as if he were speaking a different language and gave him a glare which could have frozen him. Are you still hung up on Slytherins or evil, Potter? I had thought you would have grown up at last. Harry said a little loudly, Well, the Slytherins have not given any proof to the contrary. She said tersely, We all have suffered, Potter. It is not just the courageous Gryffindors but Slytherins too who had to suffer during the last year. The Bloody Lions are not only the courageous ones. Harry said hotly, You have still not answered my question, Greengrass. She said frostily, If you would like to know, then Professor Lupin saved my life during the battle. If it were not for him, I would have been dead. With that she turned and walked out of the cemetery. Andromeda said, Harry, being a Slytherin does not make one evil. I was a Slytherin myself and I am not evil. Even Mad Eye was a Slytherin when he was in school. These differences tend to blur when one passes out of the school. Harry was feeling suitably chastised. I am sorry, Mrs. Tonks. She chided him, Call me Andromeda. He took his leave of her as soon as the last person left to go pay his respects to his parents. Hermione and Ron, who had stayed behind, waited for him. He sat at the foot of their grave and started speaking monotonously. Hey Mum and Dad, we won finally and killed Voldemort, but we paid a high price for this victory. We lost too many good men and today we buried Tonks and Moony. I promised that I would not let it happen again. He conjured a bouquet of oriental lilies which he laid at the grave and then stood to take his leave of them. He was feeling lighter than he had been and knew he would return every time he wanted to vent his emotions. Ministry of Magic. When Harry reached Kingsley's office, the minister looked agitated. Harry asked him, Kingsley, what is the matter? Kingsley in his deep baritone voice replied, Harry, the Dementors are still free and wreaking havoc. I want you to go after them and subdue them. One of the employees of the Department for Control and Regulation of Magical Creatures will be accompanying your team. Harry nodded. When are we going and who is on the team with me? Kingsley replied, you will be leaving in an HR and most of your year mates will be going with you. I have seen them casting excellent Patronuses during the battle. Hermione joined them at that moment and Kingsley asked her, Hermione, do you have something for me? Hermione looked excited and passed him a sheet of parchment. When Gringotts was established, there were laws made which govern the bank. One of the laws state that the bank would not allow any of the account holders to deposit any dark artifact in any of the vaults, and any such breach of rule would result in the bank being heavily penalized and may extend to closure. So if we show them the cup and tell that it was a Horcrux, which is a Class 1 non-tradable dark artifact by the way, then they cannot take any penal action against us or revolt against the wizarding world. The most that they can do in that case is to ask for costs of repairs to the bank due to the damage caused by the escape of the dragon. Kingsley beamed at her. Well done, Hermione. Do you have the remains of the cup with you? Hermione produced all the artifacts which had been Horcruxes except for the ring and they had found. She also briefed Kingsley about each article and its history. When she was done, Kingsley said contemplatively, this should be enough to satisfy them. All right, I will arrange a meeting with them tomorrow. It is important that we sort out the goblins at the earliest. Without the bank, the economy of Wizarding World would crash down. Robards chose that moment to enter. Minister, the teams are ready to go. Kingsley turned to Harry. Good luck, Harry. Your squadron leader will be Proudfoot and Ronald. Ernie, Longbottom, Finch, Fletchley and Goldstein would be accompanying you with a ministry representative who would be able to send them back to the fortress. Harry asked him apprehensively. Would they be employed again as guards of the prison? Kingsley shook his head. No. We will not trust such creatures with fickle loyalty ever again. We had an uneasy truce with them before which they broke. We would hunt them now. I know we cannot kill them, but we can drive them back to the prison and keep them there, without letting them feed on the prisoners. That would be enough to weaken them, and hopefully it may prove fatal for them. Harry nodded. All right, I should get going then. With that he marched down to the Auror offices where the squad had already assembled and Proudfoot them. When we get there, you all will produce Patronuses and started herding them away from whomever they seem to be attacking. Drive them away and Mr. Diggory would force them to return to the fortress. Harry flinched hearing Mr. Diggory's name and turned to see the man. Harry could not recognize him at all. He looked so broken, old and powerless, and Harry could feel he ache which the old wizard must be feeling. When he saw Harry looking, he gave a very watery smile and asked him, How are you, Mr. Potter? Harry nodded to the man. It is a pleasure to see you again, Mr. Diggory. Proudfoot was distributing port keys to them. These port keys will deposit you at where are we supposed to be going. Be alert and act swiftly. Is that clear? Aloud. Yes, sir, Resina. Ted and Proudfoot started leading them to the portkey point. Taming Dementors. When they arrived, it was scene of chaos. Perhaps the Dementors had sensed that their side had lost and were going on a rampage. Harry could see them gliding over helpless muggles and devouring their souls. So far many muggles had lost their souls to the fiends, and this angered him. As one, 7 wands were leveled and Patroni burst out of them. The stag stood over all others and the Dementors were fleeing at their sight. Mr. Diggory was waving his wand in a complicated arc and perhaps communicating with the fiend's beck. As they all started flying in the direction of North Sea where Azkaban was. With the Dementors done, Proudfoot turned to them. Good work, but we are not yet finished by a long shot. He produced a piece of rope and said, Everyone grab hold of it. We are going to a different location now. They did this for 3 more times before Proudfoot was convinced that they should return to the ministry. Burying a bat. When they returned to the ministry, Robards caught hold of him. Potter, the minister want to see you. Harry walked to the office of the minister where Kingsley was frowning at a piece of paper in his hands. He beckoned him to a chair, and after Harry made himself comfortable, he said, Harry, Severus Snape's will was discovered today and he has expressly stated that he want you to read it. Harry was apprehensive but nodded. Kingsley handed him a scroll and a letter. He opened the scroll first. It read, I, Severus Tobias Snape, do hereby declare this to be my last bequest to be made. In good faith and in sound state of health and mind. Any other bequests which exist at this point of time are hereby declared null and void. I leave 10,000 galleons for Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry as a donation to the school. The rest shall go to Harry James Potter. I leave him my vault at Gringotts along with all my books and other material possessions which I own and are kept in my office at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I also leave the house on Spinner's End which I had inherited from my father. Severus Tobias Snape. Then he opened the letter. Harry, you would get to read this letter I would be long dead and gone from the world. I know we never have been on best terms with each other and perhaps you would spend all your life hating me for the person I had been. I have sorely regretted the fact over years that I had to hear the wretched prophecy. If I had not done that, perhaps things might have been different and you would have grown up in your family with your parents. I hated your father who admittedly had the better looks and was the all-popular bloke and I loathed him from the time Lily started dating him. I never got to settle my grudge with him so I took it out on you who had nothing to do with it. I know I never did a single deed which could be called good and most likely I would pay for my crimes in after life. I wanted to ask your forgiveness from this letter and request you to attend my funeral. Severus Snape, Potions Master, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Harry read the letter and asked Kingsley, what should I do about it? Kingsley shrugged. It is your wish. If you want you can attend his funeral. He will be buried about an hour from now in the graveyard near his home where he grew up. Harry nodded. I despise the man but one good deed merits another. I would honor his word because he risked his life for the wizarding world. Snape's funeral was the quietest one. Except for Minerva, Kingsley, F.L. Itwick and Draco Malfoy no one had attended. The wizard who had presided over everyone's funeral was there and seeing the few numbers who had turned up, he asked, would anyone of you like to speak? Malfoy volunteered. Severus Snape was my godfather. He always shielded me from troubles and looked after my interests. He had doted on me when I was a little boy and even in school where I acted like a git, he was there to help me. When the Dark Lord gave me the mission to kill Dumbledore as a way of punishing my father for his mistakes, Severus Snape gladly stepped in to kill the old headmaster, saving my soul from getting scarred forever. He was a bitter man who never loved anyone and he had no inclination to start a family yet the closest he came to love someone was me. Goodbye Godfather. I will miss you. With that Severus Snape was interred into the ground and his headstone was rather bland except for a line at the end which read, Hero till the death. The Burrow. When Harry returned to the Burrow that day, he found Neville in the living room with Hermione, Ron and Ginny talking about something. He hailed them. What are you all talking about? It was Hermione who replied, the goblins want to meet you tomorrow. Harry did not know what to expect of the goblins. His experience with them was rather limited and he had no idea how he would proceed with them. He asked Hermione, what is the plan for tomorrow? They have told the minister expressly that they are only interested in meeting you and would not allow anyone else to accompany you except the minister, said Bill who had just arrived with Fleur in tow. What do you think they would want, Bill? Harry asked him. Bill shrugged his shoulders, I don't know. They certainly don't want gold or any material possessions. Unless you have a very good reason for the break-in, they would want to punish you according to the goblin laws, I am afraid. Hermione protested, we will not let him go alone. Bill shook his head, they wouldn't allow you to enter. Hermione. Harry however is different matter altogether. She frowned, what do you mean? Bill smirked, apparently Harry has a vast inheritance waiting for him and they are getting nervous about it. The Potter House Charter gave him all the rights to his full wealth the moment he became of age. Since Harry could not go to them and claim his inheritance when he turned 17. They want to sort out the break-in with him and wash their hands off after they have committed Harry's inheritance to him. Harry asked him, inheritance? What does that mean? Bill frowned. You don't know about your family's wealth. Harry protested. I know I have a vault which is full of gold and I have been using that to fund my education since the last 7 years. Bill was confused. You did not know that it is your trust vault. No one told you about it. Harry was getting concerned. Told about what? Bill shook his head, never mind. The goblins can explain it to you better than me. I will be accompanying you to the bank, but you better have a good reason for break-in. We like you whole, you. No. The last comment caused chuckles in the room, however Harry was worried. What the goblins could do with him. What would they want as compensation for the break-in? Above all, what was his inheritance and why no one told him about it? The next morning the minister met him outside Gringotts with Bill in tow. 10 goblin guards were waiting in phalanx formation for them, armed to the teeth. The leader was an elderly goblin who was dressed in a robe and cut an imposing presence for a goblin. When Harry approached, he said, "You wizard are responsible for break-in in the bank and loss of our reputation." Harry, honorable that he was, nodded. "I did commit as a reason behind it." The goblin motioned for his guards, "Cover them and bring them to my office." The guards took them deep in an office in the bank, and Harry could see the signs of damage which had been done to the bank. By the looks of it, nothing had been repaired yet, and now it was evident how much the damage had been. The goblin's office was situated deep in the bank, and when they reached it, he left the guards outside while motioning for Harry and Kingsley to join him inside. He offered them straight-backed hard chairs to sit on, which were uncomfortable to begin with. When they were seated, he started speaking. "Mr. Potter, you along with 3 others entered the bank and committed a break-in, and in the process you released a dragon in the wild, causing heavy damage to the bank. How do you plead?" Harry remembered the points Hermione had raised, and he had riffled through her research too. "I would not refuse that I committed a break-in a few days ago. However, while I explain my reasons, I would draw your attention towards Article 24 of the statute which governs establishment of Gringotts, and that article specifically prohibits keeping any dark artifact in any of the vaults. The vault that I broke in belonged to Bellatrix Lestrange, and she was harboring a Horcrux in it, which is a Class 1 non-tradable artifact. It should not have been allowed to be deposited in the bank in the first place, so the blame lies on you." Quote, hearing the term Horcrux, the goblin drew in a sharp breath and pointedly asked him, "Are you sure it was a Horcrux? How do you know about a Horcrux?" Harry explained him about the mission, giving him the barest details while telling him of all the Horcruxes which he had found and destroyed. He told about how they were taken captive by Snatchers and taken to Malfoy Manor, where Bellatrix's apprehension about them breaking in her vault had given them an idea that there may be a Horcrux in her vault. When he was done telling, the goblin asked him, "Who helped you in the break-in? As I understand, you would not have been able to find your way in without inside help. Name the traitor to us." Harry told him about how they rescued Griphook and took him to Hell Cottage, where they cared for him and nurtured him back to health. How he had helped them form the plans and later betrayed them. When Harry was done telling, the goblin did not say anything for a few moments before he started speaking. The traitor Griphook was killed in Malfoy Manor, where he was summoned by the Dark Lord Voldemort. However, the account manager for the Lestranges is Ivan. He will have to suffer the brunt of breaking the policies of the bank with his head. Harry tried to interfere, but Kingsley nudged him with his leg to not to. The goblins did not take kindly to interference by others in their own matters. Kingsley asked him, "Cord, what now? Is the matter resolved?" The goblin shook his head. "Not yet. There is still the matter of the damage caused. If Mr. Potter is willing to compensate for the damage caused and the escaped dragon, we will let the matter go." Harry was apprehensive. "I don't know how much money I have in my vault, or if it would be sufficient to pay for the damage caused." The goblin pulled a piece of parchment from his table and passed it to him. "This is the account statement of the trust vault you have been using since last 7 years. Harry read the numbers at the bottom, and his eyebrows threatened to disappear in his head. "Is that true?" The goblin nodded. "It is true. The trust vault contains 1,000,000 galleons at this moment, and provisions were made to refill it with 20,000 galleons every year while you stayed at Hogwarts. You, however, have been spending very little of it, and I would say that you are not one to splurge." Harry's mind was in overdrive, but before his other questions were answered, he had to settle the issue of break-in with Cord. "How much do I have to pay?" Kingsley protested. "He is paying nothing. The ministry will settle it." Harry asked him, "Do you have that much money? I would think that Voldemort and his followers bankrupted the ministry." He turned to the goblin. "You name your price." The goblin grinned. "We have assessed the cost of repairs and a dragon at 70,000 galleons. You can simply pay your share while leave it for others to pay theirs." Harry shook his head. No. I'll pay this entire amount, but I do not want you to go after Ron and Hermione about it. Once we settle the account, this will not be mentioned again like ever. Are we agreed? Kingsley interrupted. He Horcrux was placed in the bank due to your negligence. You cannot ask him to pay for the damage. The goblin growled. Yes, it was our mistake, but if it was not here, Mr. Potter would not have been able to find it, so we are not only to blame. Kingsley spoke. He is not paying the entire amount which you are asking for repairs. Lower down the price, or I would ask the Wizengamot to levy penalty on the bank for breach of rules. The goblin thought for a few minutes before he spoke. All right. He will have to pay 50,000 galleons for the repairs. Are we agreed? Harry nodded. We are agreed, Mr. Cord. The goblin did the necessary formalities and handed him an updated statement of account which showed that 50,000 galleons had been deducted. The goblin turned to Kingsley. We have some private business with Mr. Potter. Minister, please excuse us. The minister looked apprehensive and asked Harry, are you sure you want me to leave? Harry had no idea of dealing with the goblins before, and he did not know how crafty they could be, so he wanted someone to be there with him who understood how the goblins worked. He had tried to ask Bill, but Bill had told him that since he was an employee of the bank, he could not help him in this matter. He turned to the goblin. If it is all the same to you, I would prefer that the minister is present here. I trust him with my life. The goblin shrugged. As you say. Now I wanted to discuss the issue of your inheritance with you. The goblin clapped his hands and another goblin entered. Cord barked orders to him in gobbledygook and the goblin hurried to follow his orders. Cord then turned to Harry. Mr. Potter, as you well know, your family is one of the oldest families in Britain, coming from Linfred of Stinchcombe. Harry interrupted him. I do not know anything about my family, Mr. Cord. All I know is that my father's name was James Potter and my mother's name was Lily Potter, and they were 21 years old when they died. The goblin's expressions were as if someone had smacked him. Mr. Potter, do you mean to tell me that you know nothing about your family? You don't know about your grandparents? Harry shook his head. No, I don't know anything about them. The goblin was visibly disturbed, as it was evident from his facial expressions. However, he morphed his face in an impassive mask. I am surprised that no one ever told you about your family. Did you ever ask anyone about them? Now that the goblin asked, Harry did not know what to answer. It had never occurred to him to inquire after his family even once in the last 7 years, and he was ashamed to admit it to the goblin, but Cord was looking at him expectantly, so he had to answer him. Actually, no. It never occurred to me to ask anything about my family. When I was little, I was taught not to ask any questions, so I guess it never occurred to me. The goblin nodded. Mr. Potter, I did not know that it is so bad. I would tell you what little I know. Your family is descended from Linfred of Stinchcombe, credited with discovering many potions, including the earlier versions of Skele-Gro and Pepper-Up potions. He had 7 children. The eldest of them was Hardwin Potter, who married Lolanthe Peverell, the granddaughter of Ignotus Peverell, and the line of Peverell was assimilated in the line of Potter. Your ancestors have been in various trades like orer, potion, and one of them even went to become the Minister of Magic. While your family is old one, they never were at the forefront of wizarding world, though in comforting existence in the backwaters. On of your ancestors, Abraham Potter, who was a member of a branch of the family, moved to the USA and became one of the first 12 Aurors of Macusa. Ralston Potter, who was a member of the Wizengamot, was so crucial in enactment of the Statute of Secrecy in 16th century. Your grandfather, Fleemont Potter, invented Sleek Easy Hair Potion, which is one of the most selling cosmetic potions in the world. He was really old when your father was born and died sometime before you were born in the Dragonpox epidemic of 80s, and was soon followed by his wife, Euphemia. Harry's mind was reeling. He had never known so much in detail about his family, but now that he did, he realized he should have known it much earlier. The goblin continued. Your account manager had died a few years after the death of your parents, and we waited you to come so we could appoint a manager to your family, but you never came to inquire after your inheritance. We waited for you to turn 17 when it would become due to you, but then the war broke out. Harry asked him, You could have sent me a letter at school. The goblin said, We have sent a letter a month to you for the last 7 years. Harry protested his statement. I never received a letter from you. All the letters that I did receive were from my friends or Hogwarts. The goblin frowned. There must be a mail redirection ward on you then. You should get yourself examined by one of our curse breakers. Did you never thought that despite being so famous you never received a letter from anyone? I mean, there should have been hundreds of letters sent to you in this time period. Now that he thought about it, Harry found some reason in his statement. He needed some answers and he knew who could give them to him. For now, dealing with the goblins was important. He turned to Cord. Is there anything else you want to discuss? The goblin nodded. Yes. Since you are here, I want you to take your inheritance. There is the Potter inheritance and then there is the Black inheritance. Harry frowned. Can you explain these inheritances? The goblin nodded. The Potter inheritance is simple. Your family has large amount of gold which is all left to you along with a lot of real estate. The Black inheritance is little complex. Sirius Black, who was your godfather, had named you his successor in his will, and due to that you are entitled to the Black inheritance as well. It is equally rich, if not more, as Potter inheritance, and you get 2 seats on the Wizengamot. Seats? Harry asked him. Kingsley explained. Harry, the members of Wizengamot are generally from the old families. There is a distinction of ancient and noble, and ancient and most noble houses, and almost all ancient and most noble houses are members. There are 50 seats in Wizengamot, out of which 13 houses belong to ancient and most noble, while 17 are ancient and noble houses, while the rest are filled by the ministry. You as head of House of Potter and House of Black are eligible to hold 2 of them. Quote, Harry asked him, is it necessary for me to take the seats? Kingsley chuckled. Yes, it is. With you on the Wizengamot, it would be easier for us to bring our desired motions, to bring some much needed change in our world. Harry nodded. All right, I agree to this. He turned to the goblin. Are we done here? The goblin shook his head. Not yet. You are to take your rings before you go. A goblin entered the chamber and deposited a handful of documents at Cord's table and retreated. Cord picked up a ledger which he gave to Harry. This ledger contains a elf updating summary of Potter accounts and all of your properties. He handed another ledger to him. This is a ledger of Black accounts and all properties. Harry took the 2 books and without thinking, he pulled out his wand when the goblin snapped. What do you think you are doing, wizard? Harry asked him, surprised. I was going to shrink these to keep in my pockets. Kingsley explained. Harry. Pulling a wand in Gringotts is an offense unless you have asked for permission. Harry turned to the goblin. Sorry, I didn't know. The goblin said amusingly, you know, Mr. Potter, you are very interesting wizard. Harry could not think what to make of his statement. He pocketed his wand and the goblin produced a small box for him. It was mahogany wood and inside, 2 rings lay on a bed of velvet. The rings were made of gold with a ruby atop it, having a coat of arms. The goblin picked one of rings and handed it to him. This is the ring of the head of house, Mr. Potter, and the other ring is of the heir. Wear this on your ring finger. Harry slipped it on his finger and the goblin pulled out another box which contained 2 rings. These were made of gold and had obsidian atop it with coat of arms. Harry slipped it on his ring finger and turned to the goblin. Anything else? The goblin shook his head. We need to appoint an account manager for you now. Kingsley said, if I may ask who is maintaining the account of House of Black? The goblin replied, Bluntax is dealing with that account. Kingsley turned to Harry. You can have Bluntax deal with both of those accounts while keeping them separate. It would be convenient to you. Harry nodded. Please ask Bluntax to deal with Black accounts too. The goblin nodded. If you need anything else, please ask for Bluntax at the teller counters the next time. He will be handling your accounts from now. Harry nodded. Sure. However, I need to draw some galleons now. I have to buy some new clothes. The goblin produced a sack which he gave to him. This sack will never run empty till you have gold in your account. For the Muggle world, you can exchange galleons into pounds at the front counter. With that, Harry took his leave of the goblin to come out of the bank. He had shopping to do, arrangement to make, and to find exactly what was in his inheritance. Chapter 4. Ministry of Magic. Harry had returned to the Ministry with Kingsley since he had to find more about his roles on the Wizengamot in the immediate future. The minister also wanted to discuss some things with him. When they were back in the comfy chairs in the minister's office, Kingsley asked him, "What are your plans for the future now?" Harry took a few minutes before answering, "You know, when the war was over and Voldemort died, I thought that I had seen the last of it and can have a normal life now like I always had." Kingsley laughed heartily. "Harry, you were never normal to begin with and you won't ever be normal. Can you tell me about a moment since you returned to the wizarding world when you started at Hogwarts where you might have been treated as normal? I don't know much about your school years, but even I know that you never had normal life. I mean, a normal student does not find his name tossed in the goblet of fire by someone else. A normal student can't expect to fight a dragon and live through it or kill a Dark Lord by an Expelliarmus spell. I'm sorry, Harry, but you were deluded when you thought you could be normal." Harry nodded wistfully. "I think it was too much to wish for. Anyway, I don't think I have anything planned out for me. I'll take everything in stride as it comes." Kingsley nodded. "I applaud the spirit, but what are your plans for the future now? I mean, you can live your whole life without working a day. Do you still wish to join the ministry as an Auror?" Harry said uncertainly, "I would have to see what inheritance entails before I make my decision. When I decided to join the ministry, I did know of so many things which should have been told to me otherwise. It may be entirely possible that I do not join the ministry at all." Kingsley hastily said, "Don't rush in making a decision before you think it through. My worthy Gryffindor, I can do a lot with your help in the ministry and the Wizengamot. I'd rather that you join the Aurors and serve for a few years and help me change things. Trust me, even if you hate to be called the boy who lived or the man who conquered or whatever they name they fascinate suit you an effect on the people which very few do. I can do with some of that influence and you should use it." Harry protested, "But I am not the only one who opposed him. In fact, Hermione and Ron helped me to destroy the Horcruxes and I would not have been successful at all if they were not with me. They can be as useful as I am." Kingsley kindly said, "True that they did their own bit, but they are not you. The wizarding world sees you as its savior and not them. The why have helped you bring Voldemort down, but it was your wand which finally put him down. The effect they have dwarfs down when it comes to yours." Harry nodded. "I will think about it, Kingsley. What else you wanted to ask?" Kingsley asked him, "Have you decided where you will stay? I mean, you are still living at the Burrow, right?" Harry nodded. "I haven't yet decided, but I have been thinking about it." "Are the renovations on Grimmauld Place complete?" Kingsley nodded. "The crew of magical maintenance reported today that they have renovated the house and they never found the portrait of Wolberga. Black, but only strips of canvas on a frame on the wall. Looked like old Wolberga wanted to give the Death Eaters a piece of her mind and they did not like it." Harry grinned. "So they were of some use at least. I'll go over tomorrow and see it for myself." "What about the library?" Kingsley said somberly. "Destroyed. The books in the library were destroyed beyond salvaging, but Sirius once told me that they were on dark magic and he would have burned them anyhow. The crew restored the library room and put in some shelves for you to use. You can line up your own books on it." Harry nodded and held up the ledgers for him. "And what shall I do with these? I mean, I can't make heads or tails of it." Kingsley chuckled. "I remember Fleur and Bill were working at Gringotts before they went into hiding, so maybe you should ask them. They can explain it to you." He nodded. "All right, I'll do that. What about the Muggleborns? What is the progress with them?" Kingsley took his time to explain. "Many of them were killed, Harry. However, we got as many of them back. Even underage students had been put in Azkaban and they were affected by the foul creatures. They are being treated at St. Mungo's as we speak. Street Mungo's is overflowing with wounded and orphans of war. Many students were turned by werewolves and are being kept under observation at the hospital at all times. Needless to say, Street Mungo's is stretched too thin at the moment with inadequate resources and lack of healers. On top of that, I can't do anything about it." Harry curiously asked him, "Why? You are the minister. You can make these decisions, Kingsley." Kingsley smiled ruefully. "I am temporary named Minister of Magic acting under the emergency powers. I cannot make permanent decisions or sanction funds to the hose, Petal or additional facilities which they need for the time being. And you were right when you said the Death Eaters bankrupted the ministry. We don't have much to go on for now." Harry frowned. And how can we expect to overcome these problems? My appointment as the minister can be made permanent only by voting in the Wizengamot, which for now is in tatters. We would need an effective Wizengam OT to convene to decide upon it and other matters. Only then we can make some headway about it. Harry's mind was stuck on the orphans of war, and he asked, can we not do something about the orphans or those who were turned? I mean, it is not their fault that they are in the position that they are in. Kingsley sighed. It again comes down to the same thing, Harry. We do not have the gold and resources. Harry immediately offered, I have more gold than I will need. You can take from me. Kingsley smiled. Thank you for the offer, but I can't take it from you only. I mean, I know it would be if I mediate help to us, but in the long term I want the wizarding world to come together to get over these grim times. It should be a collective effort like it was at the end of the battle when everyone came together against him. Harry understood what was getting at. I agree, Kingsley, but you can take from me until the Wizengamot is functional once again. I don't think that giving a little would burn a hole in my pocket. I, however, don't want you to tell anyone else. I am well off without all the attention being focused on me. Kingsley nodded. All right, you can donate as much as you want at this time, but not again. Also, I will try to convene the Wizengamot as soon as I can so we can start rebuilding. I dare say I would need you in the Wizengamot. Also, if you are amenable to it, I'd that you gi. Vey an interview to the Quibbler about Voldemort's origins. Maybe that would help us in getting over some of the obstacles which we may face. With that, Harry took his leave to go to Shell Cottage. He wanted to talk about his inheritance with Bill and understand the legalese. If it was for him to handle, he may as well put his mind to it. Shell Cottage. When he reached Shell Cottage, he could hear laughter emanating from inside the house. It looked like Bill and Fleur were having a moment, and he did not want it to disturb them, but the ledgers in his hand needed to be tended to. Reluctantly he at the door, and it was opened by Bill about a minute later by Bill, who had his wand in his hand and guarded expressions on his face. He, however, relaxed when it was only Harry. His shoulder slumped as he let out a deep sigh. Oh. It's you, Harry. Harry eyed him curiously. You were expecting someone else. Bill shook his head. No, but I guess we all are not yet out of the mindset of war yet. You had not told me that you would be coming, and I thought maybe some Death Eater on the run had come calling. Harry raised his eyes in questioning glance. Don't you live under a Fidelius charm and you are the secret keeper? Bill said, I lived under a Fidelius charm, Harry. I took it down this morning. I guessed normal wards would be sufficient around the place. Please come in. Harry followed him inside the sitting hall where he had spent days with Ron and Hermione preparing about the invasion at Gringotts. To his surprise, Fleur was there playing with Teddy. Seeing the toddler, Why let out mirthful laugh and rushed forward to pick up the child and whirl him around, saying jubilantly, Hey little guy. What are you doing here? Fleur, who was smiling at his antics, said, I brought him here, Harry. Andromeda wanted some alone time with her grief and I volunteered to look after him. Molly wanted to keep him, but I brought him here because I want to learn to care about children. Harry was thoughtful of what she said. Truth was, he had no time to think about Andromeda and Teddy with everything going on, and the thought that she might still be grieving had not crossed his mind at once. He himself was grieving yet and hadn't realized. He resolved to make more time for Teddy and Andy from now. They both were alone, and being Teddy's godfather, it was his duty to look after him. Hadn't he promised himself that he would try to be the best godfather for Teddy? Something, however, which Fleur had said stayed with him. He turned to her. What did you mean by learn to care? Are you know? Fleur chuckled. No, silly. At least not yet, but Bill and I am planning to start a family soon. I wanted to know for myself what it means to care for a toddler. Bill said proudly, and I have learned to see the signs when a baby is hungry or when he is going to need a new diaper, or actually how to change a diaper. Suddenly Teddy started making gurgling noises and making faces. Bill started to say, Careful, Harry. He is about to. He, however, could not finish his words before Harry encountered the same smell which he had learnt to connect with soiled diaper at his last meeting with Teddy. Bill and Fleur were doubling with laughter at the expressions on his face while he tried to look as dignified as possible with the crying toddler in his arms. Finally Bill had mercy on him, and summoning a diaper, he called Harry to follow him. Come, my little Gryffindor. Let me teach you the Jing diapers. Harry followed Bill to one side with Fleur's laughter still following them. Bill led H.I.M. to the bathroom where he conjured a blanket and asked Harry to lay Teddy gently on it. Harry was very careful with the child and laid him down gently on the blanket. Bill was guiding him. Now carefully take off the diaper, Harry. You don't have to take it off as if you were taking off your pants. Just tear it from the sides and then gently remove it. Harry apprehensively asked him, can't I use magic and vanish it? I mean it would be easier. Bill eyed him curiously. You don't know that we can't use a magic on a child until he is 6 months old. His magic is not yet settled and using any foreign magic on him can be harmful. Go on Harry, take the diaper off. I swear it does not stink that much. Very cautiously Harry tore the diaper and then gently removed it. He however was realizing that Bill had lied to him. It was not just stinking but the stench of poo was making him gag. As soon as he had removed the diaper, Bill vanished it smirking, thank Merlin we are allowed to vanish it. I'd have passed out if I were to dispose it. Harry stood gormlessly having no idea what to do next and Bill told him, Harry his butt needs to be cleaned. Go on, take some water and wash it. You would be used to it the next time. Harry asked him apprehensively, next time? What do you mean by that? Bill grinned, that is part of your duties as a godfather, Harry. In fact changing diapers is up there on the top of the list. With great reluctance, Harry washed Teddy's butt and eased him into another diaper. He felt squirming at one point but he tried not to think about it much. When they were safely back in the meeting room, he found Andromeda was there. When she saw them, she beamed at him, Harry, how are you? I am fine Andromeda and I am sorry that I couldn't visit Teddy since the funeral. She waved his apology off. Think nothing of it, I know you have been busy. You can come over anytime you want and Teddy would be happy to see you. Andromeda was talking about something. To Bill and Fleur while Harry played with Teddy who had taken a shine to him and would often make faces at Harry or change his hair color when he felt like it. It was after some time that Bill asked him. You wanted to ask something of us, Harry. Harry nodded, yes. The goblins told me that I have inherited the Potter inheritance from my grandfather and Black inheritance from Sirius. They also gave me these ledgers and I can't make heads or tails of it. Andromeda asked him wistfully, you are the next Lord of Black. I thought that with Bella dead, it would have gone to Narcissus' son. Harry shook his head, no. The goblins told me that Sirius had made me his heir in his will so I inherited the title and everything that comes with it. In fact it had happened about a month after, you. No, he still could not bring himself to talk about Sirius's death. He had started to get over it on the run but the war and the losses had opened the old wounds. Fleur said, I'll help you understand the ledger Harry but not today. You can come by another day when you have time on your hands to spare and we will discuss it. Harry asked her, what shall I do with it till then? I can't just dump it on my table and hope it'd sort it by itself. Andromeda chuckled, of course not. However why don't you take some time to read these ledgers by yourself first? That'd help you understand things a bit easier. If you are still having troubles understanding it, Fleur would help you. It made sense to him and he nodded, all right. Tomorrow is Sunday and I will go over it. Can I come over to your place in the evening to spend some time with Teddy too? She nodded, you don't need to ask Harry. I have told you already that he is your godson and you have as much right over him as I do. I'd appreciate any time you'd come over to look after him. With that he bade them good night and made his way to the burrow. He knew Mrs. Weasley would be up and won't sleep until she was sure that he had been fed. The burrow. When Harry returned to the burrow, Mrs. Weasley was relieved to see him back and hugged him tightly. After a few seconds of ensuring that he was indeed there, she let him go and asked, Harry dear. What happened with the goblins? He found everyone was there on the table and looking expectantly at him. He took a seat beside Ron and announced it to them, I will discuss it in detail after I had opportunity to put some food in my stomach. Right now I am famished and I want to eat something. Mrs. Weasley fondly served him 3 helpings during the meal and he kept listening to others talk around himself. Percy was talking to Arthur about some very confidential report he was working on and how he felt he should move in his flat in London in a few days. George was talking G to Charlie, who was coaxing him to eat some food while George was reluctant to. Ginny was helping her mother in the kitchen while Ron and Hermione were talking in low whispers. He poked Ron in the side. What are you two talking about? Kingsley told Hermione today that he had contacted the Australian Ministry of Magic, who have found her parents in Sydney. He wants her to go over there and restore their memories. He wanted to send some obliviators who are generally expert in these kinds of things, but she said that she doesn't need anyone with her. I barely managed to convince her to take me along and took a week off from work. Ron explained patiently. Harry was surprised and he spoke a bit angrily. And you two decided to not to tell me. Ron pacified him. We were planning to tell you before we went. Harry nodded. Okay. But we will have words about it later. When the dinner was over, Harry stood up to address everyone at dinner table. This morning the goblins informed me that I have an inheritance from my family about which I knew nothing. I knew there was a vault and there was gold in it, but that was it. They told me that it was a trust vault and that I have much more than that. They also told me that this inheritance comes with a seat on the Wizengamot, and Kingsley wants me up there to help him. Also, as you all would remember, Sirius had named me his heir in his will, so the black inheritance belongs to me rightfully, and it also brings a seat with it, which means I will be having 2 votes on the Wizengamot when it reconvenes. Arthur beamed at him. Did you take your Lord Rings? Harry nodded. Yes, I did. He realized something almost instantly, however. Hang on. How did you know about Lord Rings? Mr. Weasley gave him a small smile. Even if we don't show it around, Harry, but the Weasleys are an old pureblood family, and we are as old as other ancient and most noble houses. Due to some feud which my grandfather had about 70 years ago, our title was Talk N away, and we were bereft of our seat on the Wizengamot. Your family had a seat on the Wizengamot as long as it has been in existence, however most of the time they chose to let the ministry nominate someone in their stead and remained in the background. Your family was always very reserved and private and did not venture into the wizarding world more than was required. No one even knew how many Potters were there actually. Harry was bit miffed with the Weasley patriarch. If you knew about it, why you didn't ever tell me? I mean, it would have been nice to know about it before the goblins too. LD me, and I stood there looking gormless. Arthur smiled at his indignation. Harry, we knew it, but there was no reason to speak about it. I mean, you couldn't ascend to your seat before you turned 17. And you had gold to meet your requirements all this while. It never occurred to me that maybe I should have asked you. I mean, there was nothing lacking for you otherwise. Harry could see the logic in his point. He could not get his inheritance before he turned 17, so there was no reason for Arthur to tell him about it. He had gold and he had never stayed at any place except Privet Drive, Hogwarts, or the Burrow through these years. Still, if he knew he had this, Muis knew it, maybe they would have been more considerate towards him. While emotions might not have mattered to them, but maybe the hope of some compensation for giving Harry a loving home would have. Well, the ship had sailed years ago and he might never know. He turned to Arthur. It's all right, Mr. Weasley. I guess I should have asked around. Hermione, who had been listening to everything that was being said, asked, what does this seat entails? How does one get a seat on the Wizengamot? Arthur turned to her and started explaining patiently. Being a lord means he can debate upon the laws which are made. He can make a motion to repeal any laws or can advocate bringing about any change in our world that he desires. You can think of it as the Muggle Parliament. The Wizengamot is made up of members from the old families and Order of Merlin winners who are generally nominated in those seats. Dumbledore was nominated for His Order of Merlin before he eventually was elected as the chief warlock. Harry could see Hermione's mental gears were starting to turn and he was immediately wary of her. She was speaking. It means Harry can bring a motion to free the house elves of their slave labor. He can also make motions about so many things that need to be changed. Not wanting to engage Hermione in a debate and wishing to see his bed for the night, Harry rose up from the table yawning. Excuse me, but I need to go sleep. I have a long day planned ahead for me tomorrow. With that, he climbed up to his room and crashed into his bed only for the nightmares to recur. Greengrass Manor. Daphne Greengrass was having a tough time. When she went to Hogwarts for her 7th year, her family was whole. Her father, who was the de facto leader of the neutral faction, had been giving gold to the dark side as protection money. You know who had tried to intimidate into joining the dark faction for 3 times, but Nicholas Greengrass had always been able to elude him. When she started her 7th year, she saw the horror that the Caros were perpetrating on the foolish lions mostly, and sometimes students from other houses who dared to oppose them. They were torturing students with the torture curse on the name of punishments. Not even firsties were spared, and anyone who tried to show weakness would be punished too. Every Slytherin student who had taken defense in Newt's year had to do what they wanted of them, and that made Daphne glad that she had not taken defense as Newt's subject. She knew her curses and jinxes, but her mind was never trained that way. When she still was a child, she had started to harbor the dream to become a healer, and had even started working with Madame Pomfrey in her owl's year. And learnt from her. She was planning to begin medical school after Hogwarts, but the thrice-damned 7th year had changed everything. When she started the 7th year, she had learnt that Tracy was not returning. Tracy Davis, a half-blood witch, was her best friend and confidant. Her father had taken her out of school after Dumbledore was murdered because he felt concerned for Tracy's safety and had not allowed her to return. She had been Daphne's only friend in school, and Daphne felt miserable without her best friend being there for him. Sometime about November, she had read the most troubling bit of information from T. He Daily Prophet. The Death Eaters had murdered the Davis family without anyone being left alive. The general consensus was that they had tried to make Tracy's father agree to their demands, and he had refused to join them. Entire family had been killed in cold blood. With that had come another shocker. Tracy's father had named Daphne as his heir in case everyone in his family had perished in the war. While the Davis family was on friendly terms with the Greengrass family, she had not expected for Robert Davis to do anything like that. The Davises were not among the elite or the most powerful they had gold and some real estate which had been left to her. Her problems, however, were not the Davises or the gold left by them, but her problem had started when she returned to the castle after Yule. She had a little sister, Astoria Greengrass, who was 2 years younger than her, and like their mother she had been sorted into Ravenclaw. Astoria stayed out of trouble mostly because she knew how to keep her head down, and also because Draco Malfoy had taken a shine to her. She had refuted his advances to her sister, and Astoria for herself knew what a pathetic scumbag Draco Malfoy was. For Somio, who had lorded his authority on the House of Snakes for 6 years, he had been mostly hated by the students of the school. The dark side despised him because he was weak and a coward. He had not been able to kill Albus Dumbledore, and his father was losing his standing before you know who. Most of them remembered his tirades whenever something happened, and he did not like it. Potter had even mocked him once, saying something like, "Yeah, your father will hear about it." The light side loathed him because he never considered them to be equal. He was a bully who was left alone at last with no one to support him. When she returned to the castle after Yule, her father had written to her that you know who had threatened to kill the family if Nicholas Greengrass refused to bow to his wishes. Daphne, who had always wanted to be a healer since she was little, had studied poisons to enhance her knowledge when Professor Slughorn was teaching them, and she knew most of them well enough to be able to brew them with little difficulty. When her father informed her that he was going into hiding with her mother Cynthia, Daphne had prepared 2 daggers dipped in poison, one of which she had given to Astoria. Nicholas Greengrass had taught them that a Greengrass was not a coward to kill himself, but a Greengrass would never let an enemy live. She carried the dagger on a cord which was tied around her waist under her robes, and if Merlin forbid someone tried to have their way with her, she would have killed them without remorse. Her trouble exactly started when she had received a letter from the ministry which said that her father had been killed in a Death Eater raid in Diagon Alley. It was a blow to her, and she had no idea what she would do now. She also knew that the ministry was lying. Her father had told her that he was going into hiding in France while Cynthia Greengrass would go to Greece where her maternal grandmother lived. He would have been long ago in France when the supposed raids happened. You know who had them killed. She also knew that there was nowhere else safe for her anymore. Since then she tried to be as defiant as she could. She often spotted younger students who would be sporting injuries, or showed signs of being tortured by the Cruciatus curse. When she saw a student in such condition, she often healed them or did her best towards them. The Caros had tried to threaten her, and that was the only time when they had realized why Daphne Greengrass was called the Ice Queen. She gave them such a dressing down and reminded them that they were nothing more than the speck of dirt under her shoes. She was a pureblood and on a far higher standing than them. Snape had also stepped in between and restrained them from doing anything to her, saying the Dark Lord would punish them most harshly for spilling precious magical blood. After that time, she had given up the vaunted Greengrass neutrality and she openly advocated for the light. She was not a Phi Ghtr, but she helped them every other way she could. She had also cursed the Carrows with sterile hex once when they were busy torturing some students for defying them. She also used to release the Saint Udents who had been tied with chains and left in the dungeons and deliver them to Dumbledore's army. She never knew where their headquarters was, but she always found a way to get students to safety where some member of the DA would take them. Her mother had been worried for her and had asked in a letter to leave the school and join her in Greece. Daphne had not joined her, but she had contact D. Neville Longbottom through one of T. Seating to her requests. Longbottom had whisked Astoria away from the castle and delivered her in Hogsmeade to her uncle, who had came all the way from Greece to take her away. Daphne, however, had refused to go, telling that she had to avenge her father. When Potter showed up in the Great Hall, she had been elated to see him back, not because she thought he was Merle incarnate or something, but because she knew the war would go one side or another that night and she would get to avenge her father. She had wanted to hex the pug-faced harlot Pansy Parkinson into Oblivion when she suggested to seize Potter and to hand him over to you-know-who. When the Slytherins were being escorted to be evacuated, she had refused to go and walked to the infirmary where Madame Pomfrey was relieved to see her. When the fighting started, she had started to find the wounded, give them first aid and then ask some of the elves to take them to the infirmary. She had been saved by Remus Lupin when he had banished her away from the path of a sinister-looking gray-colored curse, and then he fought the Death Eater who had fired the shot. Daphne had never felt more ashamed than she did at that moment. When Remus Lupin taught them, she had heard Draco bad-mouthing him all the year, but she had never tried to shut him up. Lupin, on the other hand, taught everyone fairly, and even that day, she could bet that he hadn't cared that she was a Slytherin. She had made a mental note to herself to apologize to the man for her previous behavior after the battle ended, but the next time she saw Remus Lupin, Potter was sitting close to his body and looking distraught at his and his wife's deaths. With the war over, it was time to rebuild, and she had no idea how to proceed about it. Her father had trained her to be able to take his place on the Wizengamot eventually, but she had always counted on him to be around whenever she needed his wisdom. What's worse was that her mother had refused to set a step in Britain for now or maybe never. Astoria, however, was thinking to return in September when the ministry would conduct OWL's exams for students and then join Hogwarts whenever it reopened. For now the memories threatened to not to leave her alone for a moment. She hardly ever had a peaceful night since the day she had heard the news about her father's death. She had only ever loved 4 people in the world and 2 were dead. She didn't know how she would go out in the world. For one thing, she would have to represent her family on the Greengrass seat in the Wizengamot, and that was a task in itself. Her father had taught her about her duties, her decorum and other things which could be useful, but she did not have had his charisma. Nicholas Greengrass had a warming personality and he was always confident of himself no matter what the situation was, but she would have problems in mostly male-dominated Wizengamot. Then there was the family business which she would have to take up now. Greengrass Potions. The company her grandfather had established was a franchise which had made it big in the last decade or so, and it was part of her father's legacy which she would have to carry forward. She could see that her plans to become a healer were going down the drain. Her house elf had brought her some fire whiskey from the cellars of the manor since she had returned, and she had taken to it. While she was not a fan yet, she had taken it, for it dulled the pain which was caused in her heart feeling all the loss she had suffered. When she woke up this morning, she was groggy and light-headed. The signs of a hangover on the horizon, but she could not afford it. She had to meet the account manager today before she went on to meet Remus Lupin's son. She had promised herself that she would visit the toddler when she could. That was the least that she could do in honor of the man who had saved her life. She raised her head and called, "Kippy." A small house elf with the trademark ears, green tennis ball-sized eyes and pencil nose appeared before her with a loud pop. "What can Tippy be doing for mistress?" She clutched her head and groaned, Not so loud, Tippy. Can you fetch me some hangover potion, please? And please try not to pop loudly again. Tippy returned a minute later with a little vial sealed with a cork and wax and full of light red-colored liquid. Grimacing, she opened it and throwing her head back she chugged it down her throat in a single gulp. The potion started its work within seconds and she could feel the splitting headache being reduced to dull throbbing. Wolfing down what little she could manage at breakfast, she left for the bank. The burrow. Harry had not gone to sleep straight away after he had left the dining table. Predicta. Bly, Ron and Hermione both came up sometime later and Harry was waiting for them. As they entered, Harry closed the door behind them and locking it with a locking charm. After applying some silencing charms around the room, he turned on them. You both did not think to at least tell me that you were planning to go off to Australia by yourselves. Ron looked a little embarrassed. Harry, we wanted to tell you as soon as you came home but you were late in coming. He was feeling a bit angry but could understand what they were saying and a little part of him agreed with them. With their grief still being raw, maybe they could do with a change of scene. He took a deep breath before he started speaking. I understand what you both mean and I hate it but I have to agree with it. The thing is we all could do with some alone time for ourselves. I have to find some answers to a few questions which have presented themselves to me, Hermione said apprehensively. What questions? What has happened? Tell me about it. If it is something serious I can postpone going to Australia to find my parents. Harry chuckled a little. It is not much of a big deal, Hermione. It is just that Kingsley W. as asking if I would be living here or taking up residence somewhere else. Ron asked him, why would you leave? You can stay in my room, mate. Harry smiled wistfully. Thank you, Ron, but I feel Kingsley is right. I mean, we all will be starting our lives soon and with all the new responsibilities upon me, I am sure there will always be a crowd around. I don't want to impose upon Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. Ron opened his mouth to protest but Hermione silenced him. I think Harry is right, Ron. He should get a place of his own, especially with his social standing. He will need to show that he is not less in stature than anyone. Harry smiled in gratefulness to her. Thank you, Hermione. Kingsley had got Grimmauld Place repaired and I think I will see if I can live there. Being the Lord of Black, it is my house now, I guess. I will also need your help with these ledgers when you return from Australia. I need to understand them. He had drifted into sleep soon afterwards and soon he found himself in the Department of Mysteries when Dumbledore had arrived and was tying up the Death Eaters while Sirius fought with Bellatrix and kept taunting her. Harry knew it was a dream but he could not help but gasp and sit up as he again saw Sirius falling through the veil. Same dreams again? Asked Ron from where he was perched on his window. Harry told him to go to sleep and tried to sleep again. He was also worried. If this continued, how would he ever would be normal? Nightmares had been a part of his life for the most part of the last 7 years, but when he had finally killed Tom, he had hoped that he won't have nightmares anymore. Maybe it was just his curse that there was no such luck awaiting him. So many people had died for him in the battle so that he could stay alive. If he knew about the Horcrux in him sooner, things might have been drastically different than now. Maybe not so many people would have had died then. Harry drifted into sleep while he kept thinking. When he woke up, it was 8 o'clock in the morning. He sat up quickly and checked Ron's bed. It was tidied up and there was no sign on his best mate over there. The rucksack which Ron had carried on the run was also missing. Ing and here already on their way to Australia. He walked down to the kitchen to find Mrs. Weasley alone taking some breakfast. As she saw him, she stood up. Harry dear, do you want some breakfast? Ari gently caught her by her shoulders and made her sit in her chair. Mrs. Weasley, don't fret, I can do some cooking by myself. She protested. Never, you don't have to cook your own breakfast under my roof. He shook his head. No, Mrs. Weasley, I am not going to cook. I will ask Creature to do it. You please sit and finish your breakfast. After about an hour, he had left the burrow to go to Andromeda's. He wanted to see Teddy the first thing this morning before he went to Grimmauld Place. Kingsley had told him that the house was bare and he had no idea what went into decorating a house. While he played with Teddy, he could pick Andromeda's brain about it. When he popped into her backyard, he he walked to the front of her home and rapped the door and waited patiently. When the door opened, he exclaimed, "You." Chapter 5. Tonks. Residence. Standing in the doorway with little Teddy in her arms was Daphne Greengrass. He was surprised for a moment to see her there. He hadn't expected she would find time for Andromeda and Teddy, however he was not sure about how to deal with her. "Who is it, Daphne?" asked Andromeda, who had just appeared at Daphne's shoulder. Harry took Teddy from Daphne and proceeded inside the house to play with his godson. He remembered where Teddy's nursery was and took him to his crib. He tried to entertain the toddler. He started conjuring bubbles from High's wand, which he seemed to be following excitedly. He also tried to talk to the toddler in childlike voice, but it was clear that Teddy's attention was on the bubbles and not on whatever Harry was saying. Outside, Andromeda and Daphne were puzzled by his behavior. Daphne knew Harry by seeing him walking in the halls of Hogwarts for 6 years and from what Malfoy had rambled about him in the common room, but that was the extent of it. Malfoy always got so insufferable about Potter this and Potter that whenever Potter pulled one on him. She knew their enmity was legendary by the standard of Hogwarts, and since Potter was the champion of light, Draco tried to posture as if he was the champion of the dark, but that was his delusion. When Draco arrived at Hogwarts, he was respected only out of fear of his father, who was a cruel wizard and had the Minister of Magic in his grasp. However, he seemed to gather a following around him in the next 6 years, yet he had fallen apart under the pressure, which was 6th year. With his father in jail and the duty given by Voldemort to assassinate Dumbledore, Draco had seen what he was in for. She had also heard about the 6th floor bathroom fight where Potter had mortally injured Malfoy, and it was only due to Professor Snape's intervention that he had survived. "What he has got in him?" asked Andromeda. However, the question was rhetorical. She didn't really expected Daphne to answer that question, but Daphne started speaking what her thought on the matter was. "I don't know, Andromeda. I don't even claim to know him to be able to tell you what it is with him. I guess the only people who would know are Weasley and Granger. In all my 6 years, I haven't seen him with anyone other than those two and occasionally Longbottom. He is really an enigma because none of us know him." Andromeda nodded. "Remus once told me that he is kind of very private person, and even when he knew that Remus was one of his father's closest friends, he didn't try to get to know Remus more or know about his parents or his family. Also, I have heard that his life was far from pleasant, so he kind of doesn't want others to know about it." Daphne was speculative. "You know, we all grew up hearing about the boy who lived since we were little." Andromeda nodded. "Yes, I knew James Potter because he was Sirius's best mate and they used to come around at times. When you know who fell for the first time. Harry was taken into hiding, though no one knew where. Overnight, the legend of Boy Who Lived was born, with a line of products being sold with that name. It is but logical at children in your generation and below grew up knowing the legend." Daphne replied, "Right, so we knew about this legend and we knew he was about our age. When I heard on the Hogwarts Express that Harry Potter was coming to Hogwarts with us, I was excited to see him like other first years. When we actually saw him, we were disappointed. Many of us wanted to know more about him, but he kind of closed himself off against others. Then I guess it didn't help that every year he was in some new controversy." Suddenly the door opened and Harry came out with Teddy in his arms and bawling. Harry looked frantic and said worriedly, "Mrs. Tonks, I did nothing. He just kind of started crying and would not stop crying no matter what I did." Andromeda chuckled. "Don't worry, Harry. He is hungry, that's all. Give him to me." Harry handed Teddy to her and she brought a bottle of milk from the kitchen and stared to feed the child, who immediately went quit as he eagerly sucked on the bottle. Andromeda left them in charge of the toddler to run some errand while they were here. Harry was excitedly watching Teddy drinking milk while he said nothing. Daphne kept waiting for him to say something but was not sure if he was willingly or deliberately avoiding Daphne. He was just making weird faces at Teddy, who was watching him in attention, and when he was in the mood, he would change his hair color to their amusement. When the silence became heavy on both of them, Daphne decided to break the ice. She asked him in very low voice, as if she were afraid of enraging him, "So Potter, how life is going for you?" Harry took a deep breath before he started answering her question. "I had thought that with Voldemort." Before he could finish his sentence, Daphne shuddered at Voldemort's name irritating him and he snapped, "What is with you all? Why can't you say his name? It is just a stupid name after all." Daphne snapped back, "Maybe because not everyone is as brave as you or as fool as you, Potter. Maybe because he wreaked such havoc in our lives, on our relatives that we can't resist it." Harry mellowed a little at his chastisement. "What do you mean?" She however had not calmed. "Leave it, Potter. You are apparently too high and mighty to care about others." Harry was still calm. "I am sorry for snapping at you. It is just that it was a stupid name and made one at that. I never understood why people feared him name when fearing the name was what fueled his fear. I can understand fearing Voldemort himself, but why to fear his name?" Daphne had calmed by now. "Sorry for snapping back at you. It is just that I never feared his name before the 7th year, but having lost family to him made his fear real for me. I just couldn't control, I guess." Harry understood she had lost someone in the war. "Whom did you lose?" She waved him off. "It is no concern to you, Potter. I am just thankful that he is gone for good." Harry nodded and Daphne continued, "What were you saying earlier about you-know-who?" Harry wanted to correct her again but shrugged. He knew he wouldn't get her to say his name yet. "I had thought that with Voldemort gone I would have a peaceful life, but it looks far from it." Daphne asked curiously, "Why?" "I mean you would be the apple of the eyes of the wizarding world right now. Everyone wants to be seen with the chosen one." Harry said curtly, "Can you please not use any of the silly monikers for me? They have given me nothing but grief all my life." She nodded. "All right, but explain what you meant." Harry wondered why he was telling her so much. Maybe 'cause he wanted to talk to someone his age and his best friends were not here. He decided to tread cautiously about what he told Daphne. "I thought that I would be able to live my life as an OR without people troubling me every now and then with him dead. I have had very dangerous life these past years with everything happening around me, and I figured I deserved some peace. That Voldemort's death was only the start of a new phase in my life." She nodded. "His death is indeed the start of a new age in the wizarding world, Potter. With him, all that he stood for is gone. His followers, who once the elite of the wizarding world, are either dead, in prison, or on the run. What is left behind is the ashes of once happening society, which we need to rebuild while we pick up our lives." He nodded. "Kingsley said something of the sort." Her eyes widened in surprise. "Kingsley as in Kingsley Shacklebolt, the Minister of Magic? I didn't know that you were so well connected," he said dismissively. "We have known each other for a couple of years now, Greengrass. He is a good bloke who can do better for the wizarding world than Scrimgeour and the idiot Fudge." She noticed the vitriol in his voice when he said Fudge's name. "Looks like you weren't happy with Fudge." Harry refused to say anything. It was Fudge who had refused to believe him in 3rd year when Sirius Black escaped Azkaban. It was him who had caused so many deaths by being oblivious to the threats of Voldemort, as he was warned again and again by Dumbledore and him. "I was apprehensive that you both would have brought the house down fighting, so I returned as quickly as I could," said Andromeda, who had just returned with a shopping bag. When Harry raised an eyebrow, she explained, "I had to buy some groceries and some things for Teddy. I figured I should get them while I had the chance. Apparition or flow travel does sit well with him as of yet. Do you both want tea?" Daphne could sense Harry's hesitation in talking, and decided it was time that she took her leave. "Thank you, Andromeda, but I must leave now. I have to go to Gringotts to meet my account manager." As Daphne left, Andromeda turned to him. "So Harry, you just didn't come here to meet Teddy, did you?" He shook his head. "No. I mean, I wanted to see Teddy and spend some time with him, but I also wanted your help in redecorating Grimmauld Place. Kingsell had it restored and I was going to see it. I figured I should ask if you'd like to come." Andromeda was hesitant. Since she had been ousted from the family, she had never met any of her family eggs. Sirius, and didn't know how she was supposed to feel about this. On one hand, she never wanted to set a foot again in that house, while on other hand she was intrigued. In the end, her curiosity won. "All right. Let's go and see it." She collected Teddy from his crib and they apparated outside Grimmauld Place. The door was still the same and opened with a tap of Harry's wand. There in the dimly lit narrow corridor which led to inner parts of the townhouse. It had been transfigured and made so that two people could go in at once. The magical maintenance crew had also built in more windows so that light and air could flood in the house. That alone had made a lot difference to the otherwise grim and haunted look of the house. The staircase was broader now than before. Harry noticed that the chandelier which used to hang was not there anymore. The basement had been expanded and a cellar which he had never discovered before was stocked with fire whiskey from top to bottom. The kitchen was as bare as they come and the fireplace had been enlarged and there was a jar on the mantel which contained flow powder. Other rooms upstairs had been improved similarly but they were all bare without anything in them. Harry knew the Death Eaters would have taken a lot of what they could find expensive or valuable but there should have been things which were of no use to them and wouldn't have been destroyed either. He thought perhaps the magical maintenance crew had taken them away. After they had taken a thorough tour of the place, Harry asked her, "So what do you think?" She replied, "They really made this house anew, however you would need a lot of furnish this place." He nodded. "I know and I have no idea what goes in it. I was hoping you could help me with it." She nodded. "I will help you with it, however before we try anything, let's attend to the ward book." He asked confused, "Ward book?" She nodded. "Every house and manor has a ward book which can control the wards around the place. Even if you haven't studied runes in school you would be able to control the wards due to being the master of the place." He nodded. "Where can I find this ward book?" "Call the head elf for House of Black. He would know about it." Harry raised his voice and called, "Creature." The ancient elf appeared before him, bowing so low that his nose touched the ground, and he croaked, "Master calls for Creature." "Creature, where is the ward book?" he asked. Creature snapped his fingers and a book materialized in his hands which he handed to Harry. "This is the ward book, Master." He looked into the ward book and noticed that it contained a lot of names. Names of people he had only heard of but most of them were dead now, like Bellatrix Lestrange, Wolburga Black, Arcturus Black, Regulus Black, Sirius Black, Druella Rosier and so on. He turned to Andromeda. "What are these names for?" She explained, "These are the names of those who were allowed entrance in the house. These can be added or removed by the head of house. If a name is not in here, the said person cannot enter this place." He exclaimed, "You are also here." She smiled sadly. "Yes, as you know I was a black before marriage. Perhaps grandfather never had the heart to erase my name out of this book. However, we are digressing here. You would need to remove all those names and add those names who you want to give entrance in this house." He then noticed something else. "Andromeda, the Weasleys' name is not here, nor is mine or Hermione's or Remus's or any of the members of the order, yet we came and go in this place a lot over the last 3 years." She nodded. "The wards would have been down the entire time then. The wards of this place are as such that they can't be erected alongside a Fidelius charm. Sirius would have word all of them to keep the Fidelius in place." He closed the book. "I will see to it later then. For now, I want to keep this place under a Fidelius charm because I have too many people out there who want me dead. Also there are so many newspapers and magazines who want an audience with me." She chuckled. "As you see fit. What do you want me to do?" Harry waved his arms around. "This place isn't going to decorate by itself." She chuckled and turned to Creature, who was still standing before them. "Creature, answer me a few questions." When Creature did not speak, Harry raised an eyebrow and she explained, "Harry, I was banished off the family so he won't listen to me." Harry turned to Creature. "Creature, I order you to answer her questions as if you would answer mine." Longbottom Manor. Neville Longbottom has spent the last few days mostly getting his manor house in shape. It was a stately building which had been damaged badly by the Death Eaters when Augusta Longbottom had escaped after she had sent John Dawlish to St. Mungo's and had effectively ended his career as an Auror. The greenhouse which Neville had established in the place before he started at Hogwarts was destroyed. Beyond Redemption would have to be erected anew. All the rare plants in there had been destroyed. The outhouse which was near the greenhouse had been destroyed, with its roof having blown away in the middle with what looked like a killing curse. This would also have to be built anew. The house, however, had not been touched and it was mostly whole except for a little damage which he could repair by himself. The wards, however, were damaged and would have to be restored before Neville ever felt safe in this place again. He had hired the services of Bill Weasley through Gringotts, who had agreed to meet him on Sunday and talk about it. The last week, he had spent being extra vigilant, which was a second habit to him now courtesy of the war. Like his other friends, he also had nightmares. It wasn't like he was free of them, but he always took care to put some silencing charms around his Gran's rooms so she would not figure out what he was going to most of the nights, sleepless and crying for Han. For whom he had started to have feelings for. She had become intimately familiar to him after he had rescued her from clutches of some of the Slytherins during a night patrol when she was supposed to be patrolling the 6th floor. He had asked the room to provide him a safe passage to the kitchens, and the secret way had ended on the 6th floor, right where the Slytherins were harassing her. Neville had been feeling vengeful against them due to their attitude towards other students and the zeal with which they had employed themselves in learning the dark arts. They hadn't even hesitated to cast the torture curse at their fellow students as young as a first year. When he found them harassing a prefect, he had stunned them from behind and took her to the room of requirement after clearing their memories of the event. Soon Susan Bones had followed suit and had to be hidden. Her family was influential and the Death Eaters wanted all the purebloods to be subordinate to them. It had been the time when Neville became the de facto leader of the students and of the resurrected Dumbledore's army. Soon most of his friends had to be hidden, and he had started to worry for their well-being when the final battle came. He had promised himself that when they survived the battle, he would ask her out and begin courting her formally. There was no need to wait anymore when he was sure of his feelings towards her. However, the time never came. When he did found Hannah after Tom Riddle died, she was dead and Susan Bones was clinging to her dead body while her boyfriend Ernie Macmillan consoled her. That had broken Neville from the inside, and perhaps Augusta had sensed it because she was always extremely protective of her grandson. His reverie was broken when an owl landed before him on the breakfast table. The owl extended its leg to him and he took it. There was the seal of the Ministry of Magic and he winced. He had been receiving too many of these letters to know what it contained. With trembling fingers, he opened the letter. Dear Mr. Longbottom, honoring your wishes to be informed in advance, it is with greatest grief we are informing you that Hannah Isidora Abbott will be buried on her family grounds in Abbott Home at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Interestingly, all of these letters were without a sender's name. He knew because he had received a lot of them over the last few days. He and Harry had attended funeral for almost all of the Hogwarts students who had fallen in the battle. This was the last funeral and there would be no one left to be buried. He went to find his Gran, who was tidying up the Lord's office. She was dusting a portrait of Frank Longbottom, or perhaps had been looking at it because her wand was outside. Gran, he called. Yes, Neville, she replied turning to him, and Neville had a fleeting suspicion that she had just wiped her eyes. Gran, they are burying Hannah this afternoon, he said while trying not to break down. She, however, had heard the tremor in his voice and nodded. All right. You can go. Can I expect you back for dinner? We have a lot to talk about. He nodded. Yes, Gran. I will be back for dinner. When Neville left the room, she muttered to herself, Oh Frank. I wish you were here. I have failed you. Abbott Home. Neville knew the location of Abbott Home since he had been there for a few times on social events which his Gran attended. He apparated out of the gate of Abbott Home and joined a throng of people going inside, and many of them wanted to shake his hand. Shortly he heard some clamoring behind him, and people who had been surrounding him were moving in another direction and turned to find Harry Potter had arrived. He grinned at his friend. Still can't get the hang of it, Harry. Harry gave him a one-arm hug. Apparently not, Neville. You don't seem to be doing so bad either. Neville grinned. Well, not all of us are the chosen one. Harry scowled. Will you stop using that moniker for me? When they reached the gate of the manor, they were greeted by a man who looked broken, hunched over, and a faraway look in his eyes. They had seen the look too well for years and knew it. After all, they had the same look for most of their lives. The man was Robert Abbott, and he looked like he had not slept well in days and would keel over any time. Having lost his wife and daughter in quick succession would do that to a man. Harry and Neville inclined their heads to him and went inside. The Abbott home had vast tract of land around their home, and a part of it was used to bury their family members. They were led to Seats in the third row where most of the defenders of Hogwarts sat, while the front row was reserved for family and the second row was for the ministry officials. Minerva McGonagall was offered a seat in the second row, but she chose to forego it and joined Harry and Neville. Before the service started, they were joined by Ginny Weasley, who slipped in the seat beside Neville. The same wizard who had been presiding at all funerals was present here too. When everyone had taken seats, he started addressing. These last few days have been gloomy for us, and I myself have had to officiate over funerals of many young witches and wizards that I often ask myself about how I am still going on. So many brilliant witches and wizards have died in the Battle of Hogwarts that the world would acutely miss their presence. I wish I could say that I am relieved that I won't have to officiate over a child's funeral again, but I can't say that I am relieved. This war gave us too many wounds which would take years to heal, and maybe even then they would not go away. Today we have gathered here to say goodbye to Hannah Abbott, who was a young woman and, from what I have heard, quite popular among her friends. She also showed courage in the Battle of Hogwarts, battling against Death Eaters and saving her friends from certain death, and even took a curse on herself which was meant for some other poor soul. The world will miss such a brave soul who stood for what was right, then bowing to evil and let it walk upon her. She left behind her father and a brother who I am sure would always remember her fondly for being the wonderful person that she was. Harry kept listening to the wizard while he had a moment to think about Hannah. His interactions with her in the first few years had been nothing but unpleasant. She was one of the Hufflepuffs who thought he was Dark Lord during the fiasco of the heir of Slytherin during their second year. He mentally chuckled when he remembered that she claimed Sirius Black could turn into a flower and had entered the castle that way without being noticed when Sirius had entered the castle at Halloween in their third year. She also had been one of those Hufflepuff students who had sneered at him at a time in their fourth year when he was chosen as fourth champion of the tournament. However, when the fifth year came, she was one of those who believed him to be telling the truth, and she had diligently attended the DA during that year while consciously trying to undermine Umbridge's authority at Hogwarts. His musing was broken when he realized Neville had been silently sobbing while the wizard droned on and on. Ginny had taken one of his hands between hers and was consoling him. Harry didn't know what to say to Neville to calm him down, so he contented himself with patting Neville's back while he cried silently. He looked around and found that most of the Hufflepuffs from their year were present except for Zacharias Smith. That coward had been one of those to evacuate the castle while others readied themselves to fight the army of the Death Eaters at the doors of the castle. Susan was crying unabashedly in Ernie's arms, who kept patting her back. Others were wiping their tears too. The wizard was winding up his speech. Now I would like to call Ms. Susan Amelia Bones to speak a few words about her best friend. Ernie stood and half carried, half walked Susan to the front. Susan fought against her tears for quite some time before she started speaking. Hannah IEND. We grew up together since we were little, and many times she would stay over. We even had decided that we would go to same house in Hogwarts and asked the Hat to keep us in the same house. We were practically inseparable all these years, and she was very determined, possessive of her friends, and very loyal. With her loss, I feel like a part of me is lost. I honestly haven't come to terms with the fact that Hannah is not around to harass me anymore. Goodbye, Hannah. I will miss you. Ernie escorted her back to her seat and Kingsley took the stage. Before we proceed to bury her, I have an announcement to make. For her valor, courage and sacrifice in the battle, the Ministry has decided to award Order of Merlin, 2nd class, in her remembrance. I would request her father Robert to come ahead and accept it on behalf of her. Kingsley handed the medal and the rolled up parchment to Robert, who had straightened and looked proud of his daughter. However, as soon as he returned to his seat, he broke down again. The wizard stood again. Let us join our wands in saying goodbye to Hannah Abbott. May she fare well wherever she fare. After Hannah had been interred in the ground and a tombstone had been raised atop it, everyone started taking their leave. Harry, Neville and Ginny joined the line. When Neville came to Robert, he wordlessly extended his hand to him. Robert shook his hand and said in a morose tone, "Mr. Longbottom, Hannah had said a lot about you in her letters, and I feel she had started to fancy you." Neville was fighting his tears. "Lord Abbot, my sympathies are with you and your family. If you ever feel in need of something, please feel free to call on me. Harry was next. Before he could say, Robert said, Mr. Potter, I wanted to say thank you to you personally. You killed the menace which was the bane of our world and rid us of him and his maniac followers. Harry shook his head. It wasn't me alone, Mr. Abbott. Your daughter was one of those who fought them, and it is thanks to her that we are standing here and having this conversation. The world will miss her. As they were leaving, Harry noticed Professor Flitwick in the crowd. He was about to go and meet the charms teacher when Ginny asked him, Harry, are you coming with me to the burrow? Harry shook his head. I need to see Professor Flitwick for something, and then I have to go meet Andromeda, whom I have left alone with Creature for company. Tell Mrs. Weasel why that I would be late and not to wait for me at dinner. Ginny nodded and left with Neville while Harry accosted Flitwick. Professor, can I have a word with you? Flitwick smiled good-naturedly. Sure, Mr. Potter. What do you want? Professor, I have been redecorating my house and it was under Fidelius' charm until now. The charm was taken off a few days ago and I need someone to recast it. Can I trouble you for it? Flitwick nodded. It will be no problem, Mr. Potter. And maybe you would learn the spell seeing me do it. As I recall, you always learnt the practical portions quickly than the theory part. Grimmauld Place. They apparated back to Grimmauld Place where Andromeda was busy in remodeling the place. He found that he wouldn't have to worry for most of the things which were present in the house when they had brought Yaxley with them. As it turned out, most of the things had been saved by Creature after he had banished Yaxley away. When the Death Eater returned with reinforcements, most of the things had been taken to the family vault. The only things which were of no value or could not be moved had been left behind, including the portrait of Wolberga Black which had gotten its just deserts at the hands of the Death Eaters. The frame which had been left in the place was covered with a portrait which Creature had brought from the family vault. Since he was the chief elf, he could come in and go out of it at any time. Harry noticed that Andromeda had transformed the place. Rich velvet curtains were on the windows, a crystal chandelier hung in the place of the old one, a table of black marble as ornate as the last one had been put in the kitchen. In place of the old-fashioned gas lights, ever-burning torches had been placed. Most of the utensils in the house had been replaced with finest silver goblets and utensils having the black crest engraved on them. He remembered Sirius telling that most of the finest stuff was in the vault. While most of the rooms were still bare, Sirius's former room had a new 4-poster bed which was twice the size of the old one and had rich cream-colored curtains. The walls had been painted anew while the old pictures on the walls were absent. The closet had been enlarged and clearly expansion charms had been used. Also the tapestry in the tapestry room had been put back on and it looked entirely reworked upon with Harry's name with a bronze link to Sirius. When Flitwick and Harry entered, Andromeda was telling about the color scheme of the house to Creature, who was listening to her very dutifully as if she were his mistress. Andromeda's demeanor towards the elf was such as if she was used to it, which she perhaps had been when she was a black. She noticed them and motioned to the table while turning to Creature. Tea for 3 and snacks, Creature. Creature disappeared and a few seconds later, a tray materialized out of thin air before them. As they drank, Harry turned to Andromeda. Professor Flitwick has agreed to cast the Fidelis charm to the house. She nodded. That will be absolutely fine. When you want to work the wards, come and find me. They sipped their tea in silence until Creature appeared before them, holding little Teddy in his arms who was crying. Harry could see that Creature was being so careful with the child as if he was made of glass. Very carefully he handed Teddy to Andromeda and disappeared. He returned a few moments later with a bottle of milk. Leaving it on the table, he disappeared again. After Teddy had been fed, Harry picked up the toddler to play with him and making weird faces at him while Andromeda and Flitwick talked about something. After about an hour, Andromeda took her leave. Finally Flitwick asked him, Mr. Potter, shall we do the Fidelius charm? Harry replied, yes, Professor. How do we do it? Flitwick smiled. Mr. Potter, the charm itself is a nifty little spell, but the real effort lies in making it work. I presume you know what a Fidelius does. Harry nodded sheepishly. Once I overheard you talking to Fudge, Professor McGonagall and Hagrid about it in Hogsmeade. Flitwick nodded. So as you know, to cast the Fidelius you would need to imagine This house being ensconced in a shell and disappearing into nothing. If you can imagine it successfully while you perform the spell, you can successfully cast it. The problem, however, lies in the fact that the bigger the property, the more difficult it is to cast the Fidelius. Also, when you are casting it, keep your mind clear of any distractions since they usually interfere with the working of the spell. Harry nodded. Yes, Professor. Shall we get to it now? Flitwick conjured a bench and pointed to it. Let us try with this first in case something goes horribly wrong. Saying so, he whipped his wand out and cast the spell, and the bench disappeared. Harry had a sense of vertigo. He could feel there was something which occupied the place where. He looked in confusion at Flitwick, who smiled. The bench can be found in the kitchen of 12, Grimmauld Place. The bench appeared in place and Harry gasped before exclaiming, "That was amazing, Professor." Then the professor took off the spell and had him practice the incantation for 7 or 8 times before he let him do it. As he concentrated on the spell, he could hear Snape's annoying drawl in the back of his mind. Concentrate, Potter, empty your mind. Concentrate. Harry suppressed the annoying feeling at the back of his mind while he cast. He could remember how the building had materialized out of thin air before him when he had first arrived at Grimmauld Place. He concentrated on the image and voila! The bench hawned to Flitwick, grinning. That has to be first time that I could perform a spell at once. Flitwick smiled appreciatively. That is good, Mr. Potter. Now take it down. After successfully taking down the charm, they decided to do it upon the house. This time Flitwick performed the charm and let Harry be the secret key, for since the caster and the secret keeper could not be the same person. Thanking the professor profusely, he went in the house and summoned Creature. The ancient elf appeared before him, bowing low. Master calls Creature. Yes, Creature. I am going to the burrow. Tomorrow I will shift here. In the meanwhile you are to make the house ready. Saying that, he walked out of the house and dissipated to the burrow. The burrow. When Harry returned to the burrow, he found Neville Longbottom seated at the dinner table with the Weasleys. He asked him in surprise, "Neville, what are you doing here?" It was Bill who answered. Mother had called for a family dinner and Neville had an appointment with me. Ginny brought him over so that I can meet him. He has hired me to do the wards of his manor. Harry nodded and took a seat at the table. When Mrs. Weasley started to serve him, he objected, "But Mrs. Weasley, I already had dinner. Didn't Ginny tell you not to wait for me?" Molly waved his objections away. Nonsense. You are a growing boy and you need all the food. Now start eating or I will petrify you and force feed you. Chuckling inwardly at her demeanor and fondness, he started ate everything that was served to him. During dinner, he turned to George. Are you going to open the shop soon? George, who was still melancholy, nodded. I will, however I alone can't do it. I will need some help. Charlie volunteered himself. I have been lazing around the house and doing nothing but babying you. I will help you restock it and maybe baby you at the same time. Harry turned to George again. There you go. Charlie will help you. Do you need gold to help with your work? If you do, please don't hesitate to ask. George shook his head. No. I am good and I will have more than I care about in a few months again. He then turned to Neville, who looked like he had barely touched the food at all. Mate, are you all right? Neville nodded. Yes, Harry, I am all right. Harry, however, could see that he was not all right. The way he answered his question and the tone in which it was said was too familiar to him. After all, he had given the same answer to everyone for last 7 years. He wanted to call out Neville on it but decided to let go. After dinner was done and Neville was gone, Harry stood up. All right, I have an announcement to make. Arthur urged him. Go on, Harry. Harry started speaking slowly and deliberately. I have had Grimmauld Place refurbished recently and I am intending to shift there tomorrow. As per his expectations, the first to object was Molly. But why, Harry dear? I mean, do you have any problem in living here? It was Arthur who came to his rescue. Harry is right, Molly. He is more than an ordinary person. He is the man who conquered and he is the Lord of House of Potter and Black. As such, he has a social standing in the society which is higher than ours. As he would move up in the world, he will be expected to live according to his standard and the burrow is hardly a place as such. Molly tried to object, but Arthur, who will care for him? Who will cook for him? Harry inwardly chuckled but remained outwardly impassive. Mrs. Weasley, I can cook for myself. Also I have creature who can cook for me anytime. However, moving out does not mean I am going to leave you all in peace." She glared at him. "I should think not. If you fail to come over on every Sunday, I will come over there and set you straight." Harry cringed and said meekly, "Yes, Mrs. Weasley." Longbottom Manor. When Neville arrived back at his manor, he found Augusta Longbottom was still awake and waiting for him at the table. She asked him, "How was the funeral?" Neville said a little morosely, "It was a funeral should be. I am thankful that we don't have to go to any more of them, Gran. Also I met with Bill Weasley and he has agreed to erect the wards around the place tomorrow." She nodded and pointed him to the table. "Sit." When he sat, she took a few moments before she started speaking. "Neville, when you were little I was too hard on you. I kept you shackled in so many rules, never let you out of my eyesight. I was hard on you because I fancied seeing your father in you. The fact that you look a lot like your father made it hard for me to see you as my grandson. I even gave you Frank's wand when you started school without realizing the folly of my decision. Despite being magical, you had to suffer humiliation at the hands of others because you were not as good as them. When you know who returned, I feared for you because you were generally passive and docile. However, when you went with others to the Department of Mysteries to fight Death Eaters and the way you conducted yourself in those moments made me look at you past the shadow of your father. I realized how wrong I was and what an amazing grandson I had. I spent your whole life thinking why you couldn't be as good as Frank, but you were much more than him or Alice. You became the symbol of resistance in Harry Potter's absence while he was working to bring down you know who. And I know how broken you were with the Abbott girl's death. I thought maybe you would confide in me, share your grief with me, but when you pent it up inside you, I realized how miserably I had failed. I failed in my duties, and the man that you are, it is because of your own hard work. What I am trying to say is I am sorry. I am sorry for having failed you." Neville had hugged his grandmother lightly and for the first time in his life realized how frail his gran had become despite showing a hard exterior to the world. She was broken that he was not sharing his sorrow with her. He said in soothing voice, "Gran, you know you have worked very hard to get me where I am. You were hard with me, but you were trying to teach me to survive in the world. Without you being there, I wouldn't have made it halfway through. I have never known the love of my father or mother, but you always tried to fill the gap for them. I won't trade this life for a better one at any price." After he was sure that she was consoled, he let go of her. She sniffed a few times before she started speaking again. "It is time for you to step in as Lord of Longbottom. I have carried this burden for too long and I want some well-earned rest." He protested, "But I have no idea how these things are done." She smiled. "You have been trained for this. You will do admirably, Neville, and make your father proud." Chapter 6. The Burrow. Harry was packing what little meager possessions he had left. When he went on the run, he had let his trunk at Privet Drive and only took a rucksack with him which contained a change of clothes and nothing more. Even now, a week after the war, he had only a change of clothes to call his own except for the Keskin pouch at his neck which contained his most prized possessions, including the Marauder's map, the Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, and little other knickknacks no one would have cared about. He tidied up the room with a wave of his wand, slipped into his pajamas and was about to go off to bed when there was a knock on the door. Opening the door, he found Ginny on the threshold. She was fidgeting and hesitated to speak. For a moment, it was the Ginny he knew in his fourth who couldn't speak a word in his presence. He asked her, "What happened, Ginny? Do you want something?" She nodded. "Can I talk to you for a moment?" He ushered her in. "Yes, come in." As she sat on Ron's bed, he remained standing, not sure what she wanted to talk about. Surely she wasn't there to tell him that she didn't want to resume their relationship anymore. "What happened to your glasses?" she asked. He grunted and then realized that he was not wearing his glasses. In fact, he realized he had not worn them at all today. Maybe the Horcrux had been eyesight after all. "This morning when I woke up, I realized that I can see perfectly clear without them, so I didn't put them on," he told her. "You look good without your glasses on," she told him. He smiled. "Thank you, Ginny. Did you want to talk about something?" "Yes. I actually wanted to ask you if you were going to Grimmauld Place to get away from me. She asked nervously. Oh Merlin. No Ginny. I am shifting to Grimmauld because with starting my career as an Auror I will have a different schedule and I don't want to inconvenience anyone. Also Kingsley told me that I would need my own place to live after all. With everything that is going on, I will need a place worth my position though I am really confused about all of this. I'm me, and I don't even know what I am to do in Wizengamot. I haven't been there even for once in my life, he said helplessly making her chuckle. You will do great Harry. You are their hero after all. They will worship the ground you walk on, she said. Harry sighed, and that is what I don't want them to do. It is this fanaticism that gave rise to Voldemort. I don't want that kind of power. She nodded, but still you can't deny it, Harry. Thanks for the book Skeeter wrote on Dumbledore's life, you are already seen as the next Dumbledore by most of the wizarding world and now with killing Voldemort. You are the most influential person in our world. He sighed. You know when I killed Voldemort I had dreamt of a world where I will be allowed to be normal and live life as normally as possible for me. But everybody has some plan for me. Even Kingsley wants to use me for his own purpose and for the good of the wizarding world. She sighed. You do know you were never supposed to be normal. Which kid can be expected to kill a 1,000-year-old basilisk or drive away 100 Dementors at 13 years of age? Then you won the Triwizard Tournament defeating wizards more accomplished than your age. Why? Oh, you have battled the dark for all your life. You can't be normal like us. He shrugged. I know and I don't need to be reminded of it every time. I just want to have a life like everyone does. Is that too much to ask for? Not for us but for you, it is, she said earnestly. The Ministry of Magic. Harry reported to the Ministry early the next day since Kingsley had flowed him at the Burrow to report before others did. When he arrived, Kingsley was caught up in paperwork. He pointed Harry to a seat and kept at whatever he was doing. After he was done, he turned to Harry. Harry, Daedalus told me that your relatives want to go back to their home now. Harry eyes him warily. And how does that concern me? You know perfectly well that I severed my ties with them when I left that house shortly before I turned 17. Kingsley nodded. Yes, but your cousin want to keep in touch with you. He said something about making amends though it might be too late. Harry didn't reply to his statement but thought over what he had said. Dudley hadn't made his childhood happy by any means but had tormented him at every possible moment, but he had started to turn about during his 6th year. Maybe he was trying to turn a new leaf. However, Harry was not in a mood to tolerate Vernon Dursley and Petunia Dursley in the same room anymore. If Dudley wanted to meet him, he would have to meet him outside of number 4, Privet Drive. He turned to Kingsley. All right, but I am not going to Privet Drive. I will send him an owl later though. Kingsley nodded. All right, I will tell Diggle. Now there is another thing that I want you to do. Harry eyed him suspiciously. And what do you want me to do? We are going to Hogwarts. The repair works are in full progress and I want to make some new additions to the place. RRY was not of mind to go with Kingsley to Hogwarts so soon. It was the place where he had lost so many of his friends and he didn't know if he would be able to see the place without breaking down. Weaver, if the minister wanted something done, Harry could not refuse him, not unless it was something that he couldn't morally agree upon. Let's go to Hogwarts then, he said to the minister, taking Kingsley's security detail with them. They apparated to Hogwarts. When they arrived at Hogwarts, Harry could see the repairs were going in full progress. Employees of magical restoration were working upon restoring the castle at full speed and most of the damage which was apparent had been repaired. He met Hagrid on the grounds itself, who engulfed him in a bone-cracking hug, yelling at the top of his voice, Harry. Hi Hagrid, how is the repair going on? Hagrid said cheerfully, I got me a new hut, better one than the last and more comfortable. Groppy is also settling in the forest happily. Harry was still not comfortable with the idea of a giant in the Forbidden Forest, but he had seen for himself how Gropp had been helpful to them during the Battle of Hogwarts. He tried to sound cheerful. That's great Hagrid. Have the Acromantulas returned? Hagrid got morose. Most of them were killed during the battle but many survived and they have taken shelter in the forest again and for old times' sake. They allow me to visit them sometime. Harry was too happy with them keeping themselves confined to a part of the forest. He had enough memories of lifetime for them. He noticed B.U.C.K. Beak tethered outside Hagrid's hut, however right now he was not in the mood to go to the hippogriff. Buckbeak reminded him of Sirius when he looked at it. Taking leave of Hagrid, they proceeded inside. The grand staircase was repaired and fully functional once again. The archways which had been destroyed had been put back, but there was too much damage that was not yet repaired, and Harry knew it would take a few more months before it will be back to its former grandeur. The house tables had returned in the Great Hall once more, and most of the damage done to the Great Hall had been repaired. Over the transparent roof of the Great Hall was apparently not working still, because it was still showing thunder and light on a dark night as it had been on the day of the Battle of Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall met them in the Great Hall, where she was directing workers to put up a new shelf for portraits to be installed in the Great Hall. This was new and Harry had no idea about it. However, before he could ask, Kingsley started talking to Minerva. "Good morning, Headmistress. How is the repair work going?" Minerva breathed a deep sigh. "It has been good so far." "What brought you here?" "Oh, I actually came to see the new additions in the castle." "Are they ready?" She nodded. "Yes, they are ready. You can see the shelves here. As we had agreed, this shelf will contain portraits of Everio, who fell in the final battle while defending Hogwarts." Harry was surprised. He hadn't known that something like this was being planned, but at a level it felt good to him that the sacrifice of the defenders of Hogwarts was being recognized. "Do you want to see the monument?" Minerva was asking Kingsley. "Only if it is not a bother to your poor old knees, Minerva," said Kingsley jokingly. "No, it is not," Minerva said, steering them out of the Great Hall on the grounds. On the other side of the lake near the tomb of Dumbledore, Harry could see a monument was being raised. It was more like a big rectangular monument made of red sandstones topped by a bird, but that was the extent of it. He didn't know how it was supposed to serve as a monument. He turned to Kingsley. "How is this supposed to be a monument?" Kingsley told him somberly, "This monument will contain names of everyone who died in the last 2 Wizarding Wars fighting the dark side. Every person who died in these wars fighting Voldemort or his Death Eaters will have his name on this monument." Harry's breath hitched in his throat. "Will my parents' name be included?" Kingsley nodded. "Yes. They fought for the light, so their name will be here. Sirius's name will also go on there." Harry asked him, "What about Regulus Arcturus Black's name?" Kingsley asked him, "What Regulus has got to do with it?" "He was a Death Eater." Harry shook his haze of his life. "He turned against Voldemort. In fact, he had retrieved one of those things we had to destroy. He intended to destroy it, but he had no idea how to do that." Kingsley understood the reference to Horcruxes and nodded. "I will see to it that his name is also included on that list." With that they took their leave of Minerva and apparated back to Ministry. Australia. It had been a few days since Hermione and Ron arrived in Australia. The Australian Ministry of Magic had been very cooperative with them due to them being war heroes in their country and had made arrangements for them to stay. They had also found Hermione's parents already, and when they arrived, they were told of their location. Hermione, however, could not gather the courage to go and undo the memory charm. For the first time in their life, her Gryffindor courage failed her. She and Ron watched them for 4 days from afar when Ron eventually decided to push her to gather her courage and do it. The Wilkinses, their assumed names, lived in a humble 2-story house in a Muggle suburb which was in the better part of the city. The house had a garden outside and a backyard which were full of plants, and a couple of chairs in the lawn told of them spending a healthy amount of their time lounging in the sun. The Wilkinses Grangers had just got up this morning when the doorbell rang, which surprised them. As far as they knew, none of their neighbors bothered them at all, especially not at this hour in the morning. When Mrs. Wilkins opened the door, she could see 2 young teens standing on her door. The boy was red-haired, freckle-faced and long-nosed, while the girl had bushy hair, and she was looking at Mrs. Wilkins hungrily, as if trying to get in every detail about her. "Yes," she asked cautiously, "can I help you?" It was the boy who answered, "Can we come inside? It is rather urgent." She was wary of the 2 teens who were on her door and asking for entrance, but for some reason she stepped aside, letting them in. The drawing room was decorated in the same taste as the house in Hampstead, England. Hermione and Ron took seat on a sofa side by side. Before getting the business underway, Mrs. Wilkins asked them, "Can I get you some tea or coffee?" Hermione replied, "Some tea would be good." By the time tea arrived, Mr. Wilkins had arrived and taken a seat on one of the other sofas and talking to Ron. Hermione kept quiet and did not speak a word until Mrs. Wilkins offered her a cup and she almost blurted, "Thanks, Em." However, she shut her mouth when she realized what she was about to say. After everyone was seated comfortably, Mrs. Wilkins turned to them. Now what was so urgent? It was Ron who spoke. "You see, we are wizards." However, Mr. Wilkins interrupted, "Wizards are real." Ron nodded. Yes. He pulled his wand and conjured a flower to show them that it was real. After he had them convinced, he continued, "You see, we are from England and we had been fighting a war till recently." Mr. Wilkins asked him, "What has that got to do with us?" Hermione spoke this time, "It will be better if we can show it to you." Mr. Wilkins frowned. "How?" She pulled her wand, but before she could cast, Ron caught her hand. "Hermione, tell them what you are going to do before you do it. They deserve to know." She motioned for him to go ahead and he turned to the Wilkins. "Actually, someone did some charms on you about a year ago. We have come to undo them." Mr. Wilkins scoffed, "If someone had did magic on us, we would know." Ron continued in the same tone, "Your memory was altered, Mr. Wilkins. You wouldn't know." Mr. Wilkins was not ready to believe them. However, Mrs. Wilkins interfered, "The magic you are doing on us, will it harm us in any way?" Hermione shook her head, "No. It will undo the charms done on you but not harm your otherwise and return the memories that were altered." Mrs. Wilkins nodded. "Go on then. Do this charm on us." Hermione leveled her wand at them and cringed at the slightly horrific expressions at their faces. She however shook that thought out of her mind and firmly incanted the counter charm to undo her spell. It took a few minutes however when the spell took effect and the Wilkins realized they are Grangers. Mr. Granger went ballistic. "What have you done, Hermione?" Ministry of Magic. Gawain Robards summoned Harry to his office as soon as they returned to the ministry. When Harry reported in, Robards barked, "Potter, you have been assigned." Harry asked him, "Assigned?" Robards nodded. "The minister decided that it as time that our recruits are assigned into teams with a mentor over them. You have been assigned to Captain Proudfoot and others in your team are Neville Longbottom, Dean Thomas, Ernie Macmillan and Susan Bones. You will report to Robards now, who will see to your training." "What about Ron?" "Weasley will be assigned a squad when he returns. You may leave now." Harry saluted him and left his office to go report to Proudfoot. Proudfoot already had others in his team in his office, and when Harry arrived, he pointed him to a chair. "Take a seat, Potter. This won't take long." With him being seated, Robards started speaking. "You all have been assigned to me for the time being. My duty is to train you like an Auror whenever I have the time. Come September, you will be enrolled in the Auror Academy where you will start your formal training. From what I have seen of each of you, I don't think you'll have much trouble with it. Today our task is to catch some snatchers who have been on the run since the war. After the Death Eaters were defeated, they went rogue and now are harassing the common public. Each day we receive about 5 reports of such incidents. Since we can't just sit and wait for them to attack somewhere, we will be going out to find them." With that he led them out of the room to the portkey point where he paired them up and gave a portkey each to a pair. "This portkey will take you to the closest locations to where they were last seen. Make sure that none of you are hurt or Robards will be after my blood." Harry was paired with Neville and taking the portkey they paired with the familiar tug behind the navel. They arrived in woods somewhere and they immediately pulled out their wands. They trudged in a direction for some time before they realized that this way they won't be able to find the snatchers. Finally Neville turned to Harry, "This is useless. I mean, how do we even find them? It is not like we can track them." Harry nodded. "Agreed, mate, but we have to look for them before we can go back and inform him that we couldn't find them. What do you reckon we should do? Let's divide and search for them in different directions. Whoever finds them will send a message to other on these badges and take them out after we have regrouped." Neville agreed. "All right, let's do that." Harry went in one direction while Neville went in another. Harry kept ulking in other direction for about 15 minutes when he received a message from Neville. Using the Point Me spell, he started following it to Neville. He came upon him about 15 minutes later. Neville W. as hiding in shade of trees, and when they regrouped, they retreated to a distance. Harry asked him, "What did you find out about them?" "There are about 5 of them about 500 meters that way in a tent. If there are any more in the tent, I don't know about it. What do you think we should do?" Harry thought over it for a minute before he replied, "Go and flank the other side. On my signal, light their tent on fire and retreat to shadows, keeping an eye on them. In their haste to get away, they won't realize how many of us are here. Use stunners, petrification hexes on them and try to capture them alive." Neville nodded and went about other way to flank the Snatchers on the side. When they were in position, Harry let out some green sparks from his wand and Neville started shooting, Incendio, Sp. LL at the tent, which went up in flames in a minute. As Harry had predicted, the Snatchers ran out and Harry was standing in the open, bold as brass. As the first Snatcher came in range, he upped your wands. The Snatcher in front was in the mood to ram his way through whoever was standing in the way, but when he noticed it was the man who conquered, he threw his wand and sat on his knees with his hands behind his head. 3 others followed suit while the 4th one thought he could get a shot at Harry. He was in the way of pulling out his wand when Harry roared at the top of his voice, "Stupefy!" The Snatcher keeled over while the last one ran in the other direction. Harry proceeded about securing those before him, not worrying about the fleeing Snatcher. He knew he wouldn't be able to run too far before Neville would get him. Neville, on the other hand, was mortified when Harry Potter casually stood in the way of the Death Eaters, telling them to surrender. He thought his friend had lost High's mind, but when the Death Eater in lead threw his wand on the ground and surrendered, he realized how scared the Snatchers were of him. They knew they could not best the wizard who had killed their Dark Lord. In his musing, he almost lost the Death Eater who had ran his way, but in the nick of time, he came to his senses and shot a tripping hex at his opponent, who fell face forward to the ground. Neville had no problem in stunning him. Harry, after having secured his prisoners, was dousing the fire and snorted with amusement when he noticed the tent was the same one they had used on the run. The Y had been taken by the Snatchers, who supposedly returned for it later. Collapsing the tent, he took it with him, resolving to inspect it later to see if he could retrieve anything from it. Tying a portkey to the prisoners, they dispatched them to the Ministry and disapparated after making sure that they had not left anything behind. When they arrived in the Ministry, they found that Ernie and Sousa N had returned with a few of the Snatchers they were supposed to be catching. Dean, who had gone with Proudfoot, was also successful. He knew the Snatchers were not really powerful, and most of them weren't even wizards, but some were Death Eaters. They were just mopping up the remains of what was left of the Death Eaters. After reporting their mission, they were told to wait if some news came in. Many teams had been sent in the field. The day passed without any more excitement, however. As Proudfoot released them early, Harry decided to utilize this time. He decided to go see Teddy for the rest of the day after he had got changed. When he apparated to Grimmauld Place, he realized he did not have much clothes except for a pair of jeans and a couple of shirts which were a size too big for him. He really ought to go and do some shopping. Today, however, he was not in the mood, though he thought he should buy some gifts for Teddy. Sirius had given him some very cool gifts when he was alive. Harry wanted to equal him, if not surpass him, in spoiling his godson Rodden. He apparated to a Muggle neighborhood where there were toy shops in a shopping place. There were toys in so much variety that they could have fulfilled Dudley's wildest fantasies. However, he had to be careful in not choosing electronic toys. He knew magic would mess with its mechanism, just like the Weasleys' flying Ford Anglia. He spent an hour in the toy store and had fun selecting toys for Teddy. When he finally left the toy shop, he had so many toys with him that he knew Teddy's nursery would be full of bursting with them. As soon as he was in a quiet corner, he shrunk his purchases and, pocketing them, he disapparated to appear at Andromeda's place. Andromeda's place. When he knocked on the door, it was opened in Andromeda, who exclaimed in surprise, "Harry, come in, come in. To be honest, I was not really expecting you here today. Did you take leave from work?" Harry shook his head. "We got off early today. I had nothing else to do and the size of the house is too damn big. Besides, I was missing Teddy and thought why I shouldn't spend time with him. She smiled brightly. Of course. He is your godson after all. Go on in. He is in the nursery. When Harry entered the nursery, he smelled her presence before he actually saw her. Daphne was rocking Teddy back and forth while the toddler kept bawling. Ha! RRY rushed to him and took him from Daphne. Hey little guy. Your godfather is here. Cheer up. To his amazement, Teddy actually stopped crying and eyed him curiously. Shortly his hair turned black and Harry chuckled. Yes. I know you are excited to see me. Look what I have brought. He emptied the packages and cast finite on them with the tip of his wand barely showing out of his sleeve. The pile exploded as the toys grew to their size. Andromeda, who had heard the commotion, rushed in to find Harry trying to console Teddy, who had again started crying, and Daphne, who was looking at everything in part confusion and part amusement. Andromeda raised an eyebrow in question and Daphne motioned for her to join outside. As Daphne walked out, Andromeda too took her leave, saying over her shoulder, "Since you brought him more presents than I can handle, please see to it that you put them in their place after placing Feather Light Charm and Anti-Summoning Charm on them, Harry." She left him inside with a toddler who wouldn't stop crying and joined Daphne outside. What did you want to talk about? Daphne did not know how to ask Andromeda about it. Finally she decided to come straight to the point. What is the matter with him? Single quote. Andromeda asked her, what happened? He just came in and took Teddy from me. No greetings, nothing, but he just straight away started talking to him as if I didn't exist at all. Then he dumped 2 little sacks on the ground and cast a finite on them. I suppose he had them shrunk and the packet exploded as the toys returned to their original size. Andromeda shrugged. I don't know. In fact, I cannot claim to know him better than you do. Remus once told me that he likes to keep to himself and does not easily opens up. He generally does not talk to strangers unless prompted. Daphne was curious. It is indeed very strange. I mean, I never saw him with anyone except the Gryffindors for the first 4 years, and then he was suddenly leading a rebellion against Umbridge. Even then he didn't talk to many people, but it was usually Granger or Weasley who did the talking for him. He was always so quiet that you would forget he was there if he didn't speak up. Andromeda also had no clue. She, unlike others, was not a party to Harry's life. Her involvement in the war was to the minimum, and she hadn't even joined the Order of the Phoenix in any of the wars. What little she knew about was told by Remus. However, she understood one thing: Harry Potter was not one who would open up to others due to something which he had faced in his life. Perhaps there was a lot of pain and maybe fear of losing people. He had lost almost everyone in his life. His parents, Sirius, Remus, Nymphadora, Albus Dumbledore were just a few to name among many others. She, however, decided to do something about it if she could. She turned to Daphne. Let's go see what he is doing. When they peeked in the room, the toys were still on the floor clustered around the 2 boys. Teddy was watching everything interestedly while Harry would explain to him about each toy in detail. Their image of playing together made her heart melt. Harry looked so innocent, so carefree in the moment that she didn't have the heart to interrupt them. Daphne was saying, I have an errand to run before I return home, Andromeda. I will come back some other day. Andromeda stopped her. You can always run your errand other time. I insist that you stay for dinner today. Daphne was in turmoil. She didn't want to intrude upon Potter's privacy for a moment more, and yet the idea of not having her elf cook for her but to have some company while she ate sounded appealing to her. Finally her yearning for company won. All right, I guess it can't hurt to postpone the errand for a day or two. A tense dinner. Harry insisted that Teddy's pram be near to him while he ate so that he could talk to his godson or enjoy whatever he was doing. Andromeda found Itali did not care about anyone else. The way he acted, it was like they didn't exist at all. Finally Daphne decided to break the ice. Potter, I have heard that the Wizengamot will be reconvened soon. Are you ready to take your place there? Harry nodded. Yes, I am interested in it. The brief answer stung Daphne more than if he had said nothing. It was like he was purposefully avoiding her. She still tried once more. What do you think you want to change in our world? Harry again gave her a short answer. There are too many things that I want to change. Probably I tear down everything that the dark families associate with Daphne eyed him curiously. Please tell me, Potter. What do you mean by that? Do you mean customs and traditions which pervade our existence and have existed for centuries? Things which have endured for millennia, or more, and yet those things are still around. How do you intend to change them and why? What gives you the right to decide that? Harry said a little hotly. If they were so good, that why I haven't seen anyone else upholding those customs except Death Eaters and their families. Daphne's countenance changed and she looked really angry. Do you mean to say that my family were Death Eaters, Potter? Because I subscribe to those customs and traditions. From what I have seen and heard of you, you have never been any wizarding household except the Weasleys, and they are not the model behavior of pure-blood traditions and customs. Harry was getting angry in his turn. What did you mean by that comment, Greengrass? The Weasleys are better than most. Daphne clamped on her occlumency shields and controlled her anger and rage. She decided it was not worth it to harangue with Potter. She turned to Andromeda. Thank you for the dinner, Andy. I will come by later. Harry followed suit soon. He wanted to vent and he needed someone for it, however the two ever-patient people who could tolerate him were not there at the moment. He finally decided to turn in early and wake up fresh the next morning. His plans were however ruined. The flow roared and someone called him from the fireplace. Harry. Are you there? Harry saw Neville's head sitting in the flames and bent down at the grate. What happened, Neville? Is everything all right? Neville nodded. Yes, everything is fine. Can I come over? Harry stepped aside. Yes, come on up. Neville climbed up and they sat at the dinner table. RRY kept silent, waiting for Neville to start speaking. He waited patiently for 5 minutes before he asked, Tell me, Neville, do you have nightmares often? Neville asked him in surprise. How do you know? Harry gave a sad sort of smile. I have been having them for years now. First there was Cedric, whose death was unnecessary. He died just because he was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Then, there was Sirius, who died in the Department of Mysteries. If I had not rushed to the Ministry foolishly believing that he was captured, perhaps he would have been alive. Then there was Dumbledore, who died in front of me after being hit with a killing curse by Snape. If he had been quicker, or if he hadn't petrified me, then he might not have died that day. Then there was Mad Eye, who died in a battle, saving me from Death Eaters while rescuing me from the Dursleys. Lastly, there were people who died in the Battle of Hogwarts. People that we knew, grew up with, had to die just because I showed up at the castle with a half-thought plan. I am well too familiar with nightmares. Mate. Neville sighed. I can understand that pain that you would be going through, mate. Most of these people who died were your friends or like family to you. He kept quiet for a moment before he asked again, so what do you do when you have nightmares? Harry had to really think hard about how to answer this question. When I have a nightmare, it generally takes quite some time before I can be myself again. So how are you holding yourself? The truth is that I cannot hold myself together, Harry. When I have a nightmare, I generally cry. I have got in the habit of putting silencing spells around Gran's room so she would not hear me crying in the dead of night. It was at that moment that Creature popped in with a bottle of fire whiskey and 2 glasses. Fire whiskey be keeping nightmares away, master. Harry looked incredulously at Creature and then at Neville. Neville seemed to be trying not to laugh. An elf suggesting drinking fire whiskey was funny, and none of them ever had any experience with it in the past. Creature had disapparated after placing the bottle on the table, and the boys kept looking at it curiously before they decided that they may as well try it. Harry poured generous portions in their tumblers and offered one of Neville. Neville's hand was shaking, but anticipation could be seen on his face. Cautiously they took a sip off it, and it burned its way down to their stomach, and they barely controlled the urge to throw up. Harry asked Neville, "What do you think, mate?" Neville shrugged. "It isn't as bad as I thought it would be." They picked up their tumblers, and in one go, the fire whiskey was down their throats. They grimaced at the taste and its effect upon them. The FACTS started to show almost instantly upon them. Harry had a funny feeling about all of this, and an idiotic grin spread on his face. He turned to Neville, who was grinning over something. "Remember the fake Mad Eye back in 4th year?" Neville nodded, and he continued, "I still remember how he had transfigured Malfoy into the blonde ferret. He made the perfect ferret with the way he was acting in his transformed state." Neville roared with laughter. "All hail Ferret Malfoy." Harry joined in the laughter. Soon Harry was pouring more of the whiskey and they were drinking while remembering many of T.'s instances in the past and reminiscing about them. It wasn't until Neville started to snore that Harry realized he had passed out. He himself was not in a position to walk up all the stairs to his bedroom, the third floor, by himself. He loudly called, "Creature." Creature apparated with a loud crack, bowing low to him. "Master," called Creature. Harry said in his slurred voice, "Yes, Creature." "K. Neville to one of the rooms and then take me to my bedroom." Chapter 7. It had been a week since Neville and Harry had passed out from drinking. Creature had dutifully put them in bedrooms and then retired for the night, content in the feeling that his master and guest would not have any nightmares for this night. In fact, Creature had been horrified when Harry had nightmares for the first night in Grimmauld Place. Harry woke up the next day when nature's call became urgent. As soon as he was up, he felt someone had been hammering in his brain and it hurt a lot. For a moment he was apprehensive if somehow the soul fragment in his scar had survived, but that was not it. It was a pain which was of different nature, like someone was stomping around in his head and there was lot of nausea. Denly he remembered the previous night when he and Neville had drunk to their heart's content. "Master is awake," said Creature in his loud bullfrog voice, as he popped in the room with a tiny vial in his hand. Harry put a hand to his head and groaned, "Please not so loud, Creature." "What time is it?" "It is time for Master to wake up and go to the ministry," the elf announced, "but before that Master be taking this." The elf extended the tiny vial of light blue liquid and Harry eyed it apprehensively. "What is it, Creature?" "This is a sobering up potion, Master. It will help cure your headache," the elf replied. Since Creature had never tried to poison him, he took up his word for it and emptied the vial in one tiny gulp. Immediately his headache began to subside. Deciding to get on with his day, he went into bathroom, instructing Creature, "Please go and wake Neville. Tell him that I will meet him at breakfast in 15 minutes. While he went through his bath and got ready for the ministry, he again noticed how empty his wardrobe felt to him. It was a closet meant for trunkful of clothes and Harry had a very few could wear in public. When he arrived at breakfast table, Neville looked like mess. When Harry entered the kitchen, he grinned, "You look wasted, Harry." Harry grinned back, "You don't like the picture of sobriety either. If you were to go out in Muggle world at this second, they will think you have come from mental asylum." Neville had conjured a mirror to take into his appearance and perhaps wasn't satisfied with what he saw, for he grimaced at his visage in the mirror. Harry was asking, "Did you have any nightmares last night?" Neville shook his head, "Come to think of it, I hadn't had a single nightmare." Harry shook his head, "This was perhaps the finest sleep that I had in a long while. I have been plagued with nightmares ever since the tournament, and last night was first time in years when I didn't wake up screaming in the middle of night." Cher was happily serving them while they were trash talking with each other. After a sumptuous breakfast, Neville left for his house while Harry went to the ministry. Before he was leaving, Neville asked him, "Take care of Proudfoot for some time for me, will you? I will be there in an hour." When he reached the ministry, none of the ministry workers showed any excitement at his sight, as was common in public that had begun to accept the fact that the boy who lived was one among them now, working for the ministry and making his way up instead of just demanding them to serve everything to him on a platter. When he reached the Auror floor, he was informed that everyone was required to report to Robards at once, and he was angry. For some reason, Harry was scared to confront angry Gawain Robards than Lord Voldemort. He cautiously walked towards his office to find that most of the Auror recruits were there, looking apprehensive. Robards was in the Auror office and frothing at the mouth, for the 2-star members of Star Recruits were still not there. As Harry came in, he growled, "Potter, give me 10 push-ups for being late." Harry didn't know what this was about. The others were snickering, seeing him confused and that he was being made to do push-ups. Not having any other option and not wanting to anger Robards further, he went down on 4s and did push-ups as he was asked. It was tiring and every muscle screamed, but he held on. He wouldn't give Robards the satisfaction of seeing Harry in discomfort. He had endured Cruciatus of Voldemort, so this was merely a trifle. After he was done, Robards barked again. "Go and join other recruits. I will be with you all as soon as Longbottom comes in." When Harry reached others, He asked Dean, what has got him in such mood? Dean sniggered. Actually, he is a man who follows the clock and he doesn't like people coming late to office. He had an issue with us coming in late every now and then and took it up with the minister, who told him to have free rein where we are concerned. Proudfoot told us that he generally gives a tongue lashing with it, but he is saving it for when everyone is here. Almost every one of us had to do push-ups, but you had to do the most yet. I hope Longbottom gets more. Harry chuckled. Oh, Neville will take some time to come. I want to see how much he will have to do. When Neville came, he had to do 30 push-ups. When it was over, Robards had them assembled in front of him. Do you all think this is Hogwarts where you can do as you please? If you think so, then you are wrong. School is over and behind you. This is the Auror office where time is most important thing. A battle can be lost or won by the difference of a minute. You may think that you are entitled to do as you please because you are heroes, but that delusion ends here at this moment. This is Auror office, a place which is a dream of so many witches and wizards, and yet they don't come close to achieving it. Think of it this way: T had in recent years only one witch was able to join it. We had heroes of the likes of Alistair Moody, Frank Longbottom, Alice Longbottom, Amelia Bones, Nymphadora Tonks, who made their mark in history. From this moment, you will behave as we expect of an Auror. It doesn't matter that some of you may leave this program to go back to school for repeating last year or will join other professions, but till you are here, you will do as I ask of you. I don't care who you are, what your family is, and what you have done in your life before this day. For me, all of you are the same, and that is the way I am going to treat you. Next one who comes late to the office next time will have to scrub the floors with a toothbrush. Is that clear? It was certainly unsettling speech. They actually hadn't expected this to happen so soon. Most of them who were on the Auror team temporarily were grumbling in undertone as to how it was unfair that they had to go through it despite not having to join it in the long run. Harry, on the other hand, was realizing what it was really about. Alistair Moody didn't become Mad-Eye with just knowing some fancy spells or casting them. It had taken him years of toiling at the academy before he could be called an Auror. He was a true leader, and those qualities had been installed in him with the years of experience that came to him battling dark wizards all his life. That was something that could be achieved within a day. Harry knew he was a decent wizard and perhaps among the most powerful ones in Britain, but he would have very hard time against a skilled Auror. Hell, he couldn't even take on Severus Snape, and he was a Death Eater. Robards' words also filled him with a sense of thrill that he could feel in his bones. Fighting dark wizards was something he had done since his return to the wizarding world, only this time he would be properly trained and better equipped. He won't have a ragtag group of students behind him with no solid plans, but he will have a grow up of people who would be highly trained as him, and he would know much more than the hexes which he could learn in school. As Robards heard no reply, he thundered again, "Is that clear?" Resounding sounds of "Yes, sir," were heard among the recruits, and they were herded away by their team members. 2 days later, Proudfoot summoned them to his office, and when they arrived, he started speaking. Potter, Longbottom, Thomas and Finnegan. The ministry received a tip-off about a meeting of a large chunk of Death Eater sympathizers in one of the shops in Knockturn Alley. You will be told of your target when you reach there. A team of Aurors is being readied for the purpose, and you four are to cover the entrance. Clear. When they nodded, he continued, Potter, can you do sonorous spell? When Harry nodded, he continued, so here are the orders. Potter, you will take charge of your group, and you will give them fair warning that the ministry has them surrounded when you will see green sparks in the sky. If they resist, then use force on them, but don't kill them, and don't use any lethal spell on them. Is that clear? As they nodded, he had them go out. Another team led by Savage was being sent in the field with Ernie, Susan, Justin and Terry Boot, and their work was to cover the rear entrance and to make sure that none of them could escape. Knockturn Alley was more like a ghost town now. Since the war had ended, commerce in Knockturn Alley had come to a halt. People seldom ventured in that direction, and whoever did ensured that they could not be seen by the Aurors or anyone else, so there were very few people in the alley when the Aurors went in. A few who were out in open ran inside their establishments or dissipated for fear of being caught. When Harry and his team appeared in Knockturn Alley, they found that most of the shops had been shut and Aurors were patrolling the alley. He knew that the shopkeepers were in there and they were watching everything from behind the blinds which covered their front entrance. It was only due to the presence of oars that they were hiding from public eyes. Soon they all had surrounded the Fanged Basilisk, a shady in-down nocturne with Harry and Neville at the entrance. Dean and Seamus at a distance from them. When Harry had received his wand to this throat and called loudly, "We are the oars. You all are surrounded by the Ministry forces. Come out without making a move. We have our wands out and pointed at you. If any one of you did anything stupid, it will be your last mistake." At a signal from him, everyone had conjured a shield to save them from whatever may be thrown at them. The door opened suddenly and a wizard ran out with his wand raised and an incantation on his lips. The incantation however died and he came to a standstill as he realized that he was facing the man who conquered. He quietly dropped his wand and others behind him did the same. Seamus, who was accompanying them and hoping for a fight, exclaimed, "What the hell happened?" Dean was chuckling. Sometimes it pays to be the man who conquered or the man who slayed the giant snake. They won't draw on either of them. Harry turned to him scowling. "Please do not use that name again for me." The entire operation was over in a minute. The oars thoroughly ransacked the inn and 10 Death Eater sympathizers along with 5 werewolves were caught. After they were done, the captives were taken to the Ministry while Proudfoot cornered their team. "Potter, take the others and go to Manchester. A group of snatchers has been rumored to be hiding in the area." Manchester. The wizarding district in Manchester was tiny by Diagon Alley standards. It was wedged between 2 lanes in the Muggle world and the entrance to it lied in the back of a dilapidated house which had seen better days. The front door to the house was ajar but the Muggles seemed not to notice it. Cautiously they entered the house and the signs of destruction were evident. The archway at the back which opened into the wizarding district was open and it seemed as if it had ceased functioning. They cautiously entered the place with their wands up and alert. As they had crossed the threshold, Harry threw himself to the ground to avoid the magenta-colored curse which had passed through the space he was occupying. Neville, who had entered a moment after him, shot a stunner in the direction that the curse came from and a thud told him that it had found the target. At that moment, 3 more showed their faces and Harry was up by that time shooting a stunner at one of those. Seamus and Dean had followed and the entire raid lasted for less than 5 minutes. Calling for the backup, they returned to the Ministry of Magic. When they returned to the Ministry, they were informed that the Minister was desirous of an audience with Harry and Neville. Since they had no other pending business, they went in to report to him. Kingsley was in his office and when they entered, he showed them to the chairs opposite them. "Please take a seat, Harry and Neville." When they were seated, he handed 2 letters to them. Harry asked, "What is it?" "You should know, Harry, that the Ministry has decided to call a session of the Wizengamot. Since many of the members are now dead or in captivity, it was felt that we should have a functional Wizengamot as soon as possible." Harry nodded. "What do you want me to do?" "Harry, as you know that you have inherited the Black seat from Sirius and the Potter seat from your family, so you are entitled to 2 seats. I was hoping that you will help me in pushing the motions that I put forth." Harry nodded. "I will support what I feel is reasonable, Kingsley. You can be assured of this." "When is the session and what I am supposed to do?" Kingsley sighed. "It will be a week from now. It is very tiring to explain everything to you in a short time, Harry. You can ask others to help you though. I want to help you but I don't have the time to do it." "Would the Weasleys know?" he asked. It was Neville who answered. "They were ousted from their seat and branded blood traitors due to a conspiracy and no one from their family has sat on the Wizengamot for decades now. I don't think they will be able to help you much." Harry nodded. "I will try to learn it from somewhere else then." As they were to leave, Kingsley said, "You can leave now. You have done well today and you can take the day off." Happily, Harry left the minister's office to go to Andromeda's. It had been more than a week since he last saw Teddy and he was anxious to see the little bundle of joy again. Australia. Ron was in the room which they had booked upon their arrival. This room was one of the 2 which had been booked by the Ministry of Magic, and the Australian Ministry was more than happy to accommodate them. The memory of the day when they had undone Granger's memories was still etched in his brain like yesterday. Tilde 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 flashback tilde 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 tilde. Mr. Granger shouted, Hermione, what have you done? Dad, I. Before she could finish, he was shouting again, what did you think you were doing by taking away our memories? What did you mean to do by that? Ron tried to interrupt, Mr. Granger. However, a glare from Mr. Granger was enough to make him keep quiet. This is a family matter, young man. Stay out of it. Ron tried to retort when Hermione turned to him. Ron, please go. What? He exclaimed. Hermione, how can you simply ask me to go? Her eyes were welling with tears. Please Ron, go. I need some time with my family to make them understand. I will contact you. Ron certainly did not want to leave, but Hermione's plea made him do it. Flashback ends. Since then, he had received a Patronus from her every day. The first day, she had told him that they were still not talking to her but had allowed her to take up the spare room. The second day, she told that they had called her to the table at noon and had questioned her at length. They had asked her about everything that had happened to her in the 7 years of her education. Of course she had told them about everything that had happened to her over the years, but they still wanted to know. They were particularly interested in everything that happened from 4th year onwards because in the past she had often glossed over the events. They had talked late in the night about everything that happened. About the tournament, the Yule Ball, the return of Voldemort, about Umbridge, about the raid on the Dom at the end of 5th year. By the time she came to the end of 6th year, they had asked her to stop and then they hadn't exchanged a word till the next day. The third day, they had her tell about everything that happened to them on the run. She told them about breaking in the Ministry, living in the forests, the Malfoy Manor, their breaking in Gringotts and escaping on the back of a dragon, and finally she told them about the Battle of Hogwarts. When she was done, her mother had clutched her close to her heart for quite some time. Then they went into a lengthy explanation about why she had to erase their memories. They were angry with her about it, but she explained patiently that if she hadn't done that then they could have ended up dead. She could live with the fact that they didn't recognize her anymore, but she could not afford for them to be dead. After a lot of pleading from her and tears, they had eventually forgave her. After that, the following days had been a blur. Her father wanted his daughter to remain at his side, all the time asking her little things or making small talk and reconnecting with her, while her mother would ask for her help in kitchen or would take Hermione shopping. In a way, they were trying to bond with their daughter who, in a way, had gone far away from them. She also told him that one night, she forgot to put up her silencing charms and her shrieks of horror and panic at her nightmares had woke up her parents. They tried to wake her up, but she just couldn't wake up from the nightmares. They spent half the night comforting her. Next day, they had confronted her about the nightmares and she told them about it. Her father had been very understanding of her and told her that he would be surprised if there were any students who participated in the battle and didn't have any nightmares. Finally yesterday, Ms. Granger had asked Hermione if she liked anyone. Hermione had confided in her mother that she was currently dating Ron. Mrs. Granger of course knew Ron from hearing about him and having met him a few times over the years, though she hadn't really paid much attention to them. It seemed her daughter's life had revolved only around two persons, Ronald Weasley and Harry Potter. And now she was seeing one of them. Mrs. Granger had told about it to her husband, who had ordered Hermione to call her boyfriend for dinner. That was the reason for Ron's fretting. And he decided to come to Australia with Hermione to find her parents. It wasn't this that he had signed for. Yes, they were going to tell everyone, but he didn't expect that it would be so soon. However, there was nothing to it but to go and meet the parents now. He had some Muggle clothing with him which he and Hermione had shopped for during the last few days after the war, for they knew they would need it in Australia. The weather in Australia was not such that one could walk around in robes. That would be stifling, and the magical world was not so hidden there. The wizards were not living in a secluded community life, but they lived among the Muggles, mingled in plain sight. He donned his best clothes, or as best as he could think of. It was a t-shirt and jeans, and it was the only Muggle clothing that he felt comfortable in. After having made himself presentable, he went to their house. A quick tip from a witch at the hotel he was staying in, and he had taken a stop along the way to buy a bouquet of flowers for her. Hermione was at the door of their home waiting for him, and when she saw him, she murmured, "You are late." "Father has been waiting." Ron handed the bouquet to her. Ione, you look very beautiful today and you are fretting. You had told me to come at 6 o'clock in the evening and there are 5 minutes remaining before it will be 6. Hermione, however, wasn't listening to him. She was looking at him up and down and ensuring that he looked presentable. With a quick wand work, she put his hair straight and removed some of the wrinkles on his clothes while Ron looked amused. After she was done, he asked her, "So are we ready to face the music?" She led him inside where her father was. He was seated on the sofa in the sitting room, and when Ron entered, he stood from his place extending his hand. "Hello, Mr. Weasley. I am Daniel Granger." Ron shook his hand, nervously. "Hello, Mr. Granger. Please call me Ron." Mr. Granger turned to his daughter. "Hermione, please go and help your mother in the kitchen while I talk with Ron here." Hermione nervously looked at Ron, who was freaking out. She was reluctant to leave, but with a look from her father, she went in the kitchen. Ron had one hand on his wand, which he kept in his pocket while fidgeting. He didn't know what to expect of him. Mr. Granger, for making small talk, asked him, "So when did you both start being friends with each other?" Ron nervously replied, "That would be the troll." Mr. Granger raised an eyebrow. "The troll?" Ron fidgeted. There was a troll in the school in first year and we saved her from it." Mr. Granger nodded. "So Hermione told me that you both are seeing each other." Ron nodded. "Yes. And do your parents know about it?" Ron shook his head. "Things were very busy after the war and we had to bury my brother. In between everything that was happening, I didn't get the time." Mr. Granger nodded. "It is clear to me that Hermione cares a lot for you, but what are your intentions towards my daughter?" Now this was a loaded question and Ron didn't know how to answer this. However, he decided to do the best he could. "I love her, Mr. Granger. Our romance started in the middle of but I have been having feelings for her since a long time. I know we are teens yet and things can change later, but I intend for it to be a lifelong thing." Mr. Granger adopted a grim demeanor. "Just to clear things between us, Ron. If I hear that you have been giving hard time to Hermione or have hurt her in any way, then you will not like what I can do to you. I may not know magic, but I know a lot of ways to give pain to people in my profession. There is a reason that people avoid visiting a dentist." Ron visibly shuddered with the threat that was casually sent his way by his girlfriend's father. "Don't scare him too much, dear," said Mrs. Granger, who was entering the room with a tray in her hands and Hermione in tow. From there, things turned for the pleasant. The dinner was good, and lasted for more than 2 hours with 3 courses. Hermione had confided in her mother that the saying, "The way to a man's heart is through his stomach," could truly apply to Ron. After the dinner was over, Mr. Granger asked him, "What are your plans now?" "I have to return to England now. I don't know if Hermione told you, but we need every man that we can back at home. The ministry needs all of us." Mr. Granger shook his head. "I meant if you are returning to the school. As I see it, you haven't finished your last year and Hermione wanted to return to finish her education." Ron exhaled deeply. "I have been thinking about that. I thought of joining my brother in his business, and for that I don't need to finish my last year." Before the war, they were thinking of expanding the business and opening a branch near the school. They can use a hand at the moment. Mr. Granger glared at him. "Are you sure that your plans aren't motivated by the fact Hermione would be at the school?" Mrs. Granger interfered. "Don't give him too hard time, dear. The boy will be scared of you." Mr. Granger said resignedly, "I cannot best him any other way, so this is the only way I have got." London. Harry appeared outside the Tonks residence about an hour after leaving the ministry. He had thought about going shopping for some clothes but had put it to a later date. Clothes could wait, but Teddy couldn't. Before going to the Tonks, he had taken a detour in a toy shop on the way. He knew that Andromeda did not want him to fuss too much over Teddy, but he just could not resist. When he was with Teddy, he would forget all his worries and become a child with him. When he knocked at the door, it was opened by Andy, who beamed at him. "Harry. What a surprise. I thought you get off only on the weekends." Harry smiled. Kingsley told us to go home early. I had time on my hands so I came here. So where is my godson? Andy smiled. In his nursery, and I can guarantee you that he is as eager to see you. Her smile however fell instantly when she noticed the little bag in his hand. Harry, tell me these are not more toys. Harry grinned. But they are. She glared at him. And how many times I have told you to not to bring any more toys. You will spoil him. Harry whined. But he has got only one godfather, Andy. If I don't spoil him, then who will? At his reply, she glared at him some more. You will not spoil my grandson. Harry snorted. You know, after having braved Professor McGonagall's glare, yours does not even begins to compare with. With that, he ran to the nursery. As he pushed the door and entered in, he was stumped to find that Teddy had company already. Ginny was there cradling the toddler in her arms, who was gurgling and held one of her locks in his hand. Neville was seated on one of the chairs and content to see the child play with her. As he watched, Teddy changed his hair to match her flaming red hair, making everyone chuckle. Harry asked her, Ginny, what are you doing here? It was Neville who answered. Trying to find you. What else? Flowed me to ask about you at the manor. I told her that we were let off early and perhaps you had come here. She enlisted me in he effort to locate you like the old days of Dumbledore's army last year. Couldn't say no when she put it like that. Also, I wanted to meet Teddy. Harry turned to her. What happened? She turned to him, fixing him with a stare. Mother wanted me to find you and haul you to the burrow. She has been in right state that you haven't visited for more than a week now. I mean, we have missed your presence for 2 Sunday dinners in a row. Harry, I was busy, Ginny. She huffed. Andromeda told me that you were not busy with or work but finding time to spend with Teddy. You could have brought him to the burrow with you. You know we all love to spend time with him. Since it was not possible for Harry to spend time with Teddy by himself when they had company, he took up the toddler from Ginny's arm and brought him out to the sitting room where Andromeda was sitting on a sofa. Harry kept the toddler in his arms and kept amusing him with colorful bubbles out of his wand while Ginny made some small talk with Andromeda. Andromeda, who by now knew that Harry wouldn't say a word unless prompted, asked him, So Harry, how is the ministry? Neville answered, If Proudfoot needs someone he calls for Harry. If Kingsley wants a word he sends for Harry. If Gawain wants something done, he calls for Harry. In short, everyone calls for Harry. Harry scowled at him, as if people don't flock behind the boy who slayed the giant snake. Andromeda realized they were about to go into an argument. All right, boys. No arguing here. You will scare my poor grandson. After some time, Ginny took her leave of them, telling Andromeda that Molly expected her at home before dinner time. She left telling Harry that Molly would wait for him on Sunday for dinner and that Teddy and Andromeda were already invited. She also warned that if he skipped another Sunday dinner, Molly herself would come to find him and put him in body bind before hauling him over to the burrow. After Ginny left, Andromeda asked him, Has something happened between you two? Harry shook his head. No. Things are fine. It is just that I don't want to impose on them any more than it is necessary. Andromeda could not say anything, for she didn't know the boy at all. From what she understood, he was very silent type, who valued his privacy and would never approach to anyone for help. Even if it was something bothering him very much, he won't ask for help. Andromeda, can you tell me about lords and their duties? Harry asked her, shaking her assumptions at once. She raised an eyebrow. And why do you think I know anything about it, Harry? He shrugged. You were born as a black, so I thought you would have been told these things. She nodded. Why do you ask? Kingsley, just this noon, informed me that the first meeting form the Wizengamot will take place about a week from now. I was not brought up in all this, so I know nothing about it. She closed her eyes for a moment, collecting her thoughts. Harry, these NGS as you are asking is generally taught to the heir by their lords. I was never the heiress presumptive for my house, so I am afraid I cannot help you much with it. Have you looked in the journals? Maybe they can give you an idea. He smiled sheepishly. The thing is that I haven't yet opened them. What? She exclaimed. How can you be so blasé about it? I mean, they contain records of your estates and how much gold you have. No one ever told me anything about it. I didn't even know that the vault I withdraw my money from is a trust vault until a few weeks ago." She was dumbfounded. She found her voice after about 5 minutes. "I guess that makes sense. All right, I will help you read through the journals when you bring them with you the next time." He happily nodded. "Thank you. I will take your leave now." She looked at him warily and said sternly, "You will stay for dinner with your friend." He meekly nodded. As Andromeda bustled around in the kitchen, both boys kept Teddy engaged. They had literally surrounded the child with all his toys around him and would show one of them to him and show how it worked. He would only look at them with his big round eyes, and when he was in the mood, he would change his hair color or his eyes color. As dinner was being served, Daphne arrived. She looked tired, as if she had not been sleeping properly, and Harry could swear that the glow which he had seen about her in the past visits was not there. Things were awkward between them since they had parted on not so friendly terms at their last meeting. "Daphne," Andromeda beamed at her, come in, come in. "Where were you for the last week?" Daphne smiled tiredly. "I was in Greece chasing after my mother." She then nodded curtly to Harry. "Lord Potter." Harry merely replied, "Hello Greengrass." The frostiness in the reply could be felt in the room. Daphne had turned to Neville by now, who was out of his seat and approaching her. She nodded to him with a small motion of head which may as well could be called a bow. Heir apparent. Longbottom. Neville had taken her hand in his own and was pretending to kiss the knuckles of her hand. "Heiress Greengrass. Charmed to meet you. After so many years in an informal setting." She nodded. "Likewise. The Hogwarts years weren't conducive to the relations between our families." Harry could not understand what they were going on about. As far as he knew from what he had seen, Neville never talked with anyone out of his house, and he definitely would not talk to anyone from the House of Snakes. However, he also knew that asking any question of Neville at the moment was not plausible. As dinner progressed, Andromeda asked Daphne, "Has Cynthia decided to return to England?" Daphne shook her head. "Mother told me that she has no interest in returning to England unless it is life or death situation. However, I was able to convince Tori to come back with me. She still has 2 years to spend at the school." Daphne then turned to Neville. "So Longbottom, what is new happening?" "The minister is calling a session of the Wizengamot a week from now. The new lords will be invested, new members will be selected to the Wizengamot, and hopefully the Death Eaters will be tried in a month or so." She nodded contemplatively. "I think I chose the worst time to go out. Now I have very little time to see that things work as they should." "You mean manipulating people, trying to find ways to make them do your bidding?" Harry asked her, unable to stop himself from asking. She sighed. "Really, Lord Potter? You think I would have sided with the light in the battle if I was the manipulating type?" Harry, whose appetite was sated and had been hoping for some time alone with his godson, realized that perhaps leaving right now was a good idea for him. Also, he was not about to get in a debate with Greengrass. He kissed Teddy on the forehead, telling him that he will come later, and saying his goodbyes, he left. Daphne was miffed. She turned to Neville. "What does he think of himself? Why do Slytherins have to be the conspirators every time? Why does he think we are the same? And if he keeps up the charade of a commoner, the press and the Wizengamot will eat him alive." Neville, who had no idea about how to deal with a witch's arguing, allowed letting her finish her rant. When she was apparently done, he started speaking. "We, the Gryffindors, never had any good experience with Slytherins in the last 7 years. I sort of lived in the background as I was spared, but they actively looked for him and found ways to harass him. No other Slytherin tried to stop them. I think it made him think that they all think alike. The Slytherin house always stood behind whatever Malfoy did to harass us. So that is the only conclusion he could arrive at. And heiress Greengrass, he was born in a pureblood family, but he was brought up among Muggles. I would even dare to say that he did not have had happy life with them. So being brought up among Muggles, he doesn't know anything about our customs and traditions. His only potential source of information was the Weasleys, who often try to stand as much as apart from us as they can." For Daphne, this was astounding. She had never been involved in anyone's life too far. She had never seen things from this point of view. She had never bothered herself with the politics in the school. Following the traditions of her family, she had remained neutral, and that perhaps was her folly. Maybe, She could try to know the person that Potter really was instead of what people said he was.